Chapter 57 Immortal Venerable's Grace, Daotian's Sect Holy Daughter. Guan held the token of the Demon Extermination Hall and did not refuse. He looked at Lu Jiujia and smiled with relief. Not bad. You've now become the person you wanted to be back then. Hearing this, Lu Jiujia felt even more delighted. He smiled and said, the past few years were indeed like walking on thin ice. I didn't dare to contact you, fearing I might implicate you. Now that the storm has passed, we can keep in touch more often. After a few words of small talk, Lu Jiujia hurriedly left with his entourage, saying that he had to catch a demon path spy. Guan watched his departing figure, feeling slightly conflicted. The reputation of the Demon Extermination Hall was not good. It was both the most powerful hall within the outer sect and the most hated. It was said that if you offended someone from the Demon Extermination Hall, as long as they labeled you a demon path spy, you were as good as dead. Guan clearly felt the disdainful and hateful glances toward him from the people around. He stopped thinking about it and turned to leave. An hour later, he arrived at the third Medicine Valley. As soon as he reached the entrance, he saw Elder Tian standing in front of the stele, stroking his beard, lost in thought. Over the years, Guan had become familiar with Elder Tian, who behaved like a servant disciple. Zhenqin, Su Han, and Yin had not noticed anything unusual about him, and Guan treated him as a servant disciple too. Elder Tian, why are you standing here? Guan greeted as he walked toward him. Elder Tian looked at Guan with a kind smile. His eyelids were almost closed, giving the impression that he was 1 foot in the grave. Valley Master, I was pondering why this valley is called the Third Medicine Valley. Could it be that you have 2 other medicine valleys? Elder Tian asked with a smile. Guan walked up to the stele and chuckled. Not at all. Besides this valley, I only have 1 other medicine valley. The reason it's called the Third Medicine Valley is my principle in life, which is not to strive for first or second, but to aim for third. I believe that being too prominent attracts trouble. The top 3 are all excellent, but third place is the safest. When Elder Tian heard this, his eyelids lifted slightly as he fell in a thought. Guan patted his shoulder and smiled. Today I brought roasted chicken and fine wine for us to taste. This spirit chicken cost me 10 low-grade spirit stones from the outer sect. Elder Tian snapped out of his thoughts and followed him. Yin was not practicing his spear technique at the valley entrance, but on a path in the central garden. He stood straight, holding the spear in one hand with his eyes closed, saying he was feeling the connection between himself and the spear. Guan did not interfere with Yian's spear technique or body tempering technique, as he had no interest in spear techniques, and he already had the mystic yellow dragon energy skill as his body tempering technique. Yinner, come drink with us and celebrate that your senior brothers and sisters have become outer disciples, Guan called out loudly. Elder Tian curiously asked, all these years, you've refined all your medicinal herbs into elixirs for the disciples. What's in it for you? Even if they're grateful now, over time, the relationship will fade. Why not use the resources on yourself? And me, I'm just an old man who doesn't know how long he can live. Giving elixirs to me is a waste, isn't it? After spending several years together, Elder Tian had developed a good opinion of Guan Gu and treated him well, unlike other disciples who ignored him, and even shared elixirs to help him increase his cultivation level. Before his cultivation level fell, Elder Tian never imagined there would be such a selfless person within the Supreme Sect. He even regretted his previous disregard for the outer sect. Guan laughed. I have mediocre qualifications. Being too obsessed with improving my cultivation would only bring me anguish. It's better to give hope to the younger generation. As for you, Elder Tian, although you're older than me, you're still my disciple, so I naturally treat you equally. Even if your cultivation level doesn't improve much, it will enhance your qi blood, allowing you to live better, right? His gaze shifted to Yi Yin, a smile on his face. The sunlight illuminated his profile, which unexpectedly moved Elder Tian. Elder Tian suddenly recalled the words of Gu Zong when recommending Gu in Don't be fooled by that kid's low cultivation level. The fact that he wrote The Investiture of the Gods shows his broad mind. After gaining fame and fortune, he still devotes himself to the Medicine Valley, tirelessly contributing to the Supreme Sect. In terms of character and demeanor, I believe he surpasses great cultivators of the void-crossing realm. Thinking about this, Elder Tion's mouth curled into a smile, seemingly infected by Gu's warmth. Soon, the three of them gathered around a stone table, drinking and eating meat. Guan shared his encounters of the day. Besides Zhenqin and Su Han, he also mentioned the Demon Extermination Hall to gauge Elder Tion's reaction. However, Elder Tion remained indifferent, focusing on his chicken leg. Yin chimed in, "I think the Demon Extermination Hall is quite good. Recently in Mystic Valley, there were several encounters with demon cultivators. The outer sect is indeed too chaotic. The bad reputation of the Demon Extermination Hall might be fueled by demon path spies behind the scenes." Guan nodded. It was a possibility. Since the establishment of the Demon Extermination Hall, Mystic Valley had not seen any demon cultivators, nor had any spies from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion come for him. "Master, once I reach the Foundation establishment, I don't want to stay in the Supreme Sect. I want to join the military," Yin suddenly said. "Goodness, saying you want to jump ship right in front of the former sect leader?" Guan asked why. Yian's face was firm. "The Supreme Sect values spirit root qualification. For someone like me, it's hard to stand out. Also, joining the military allows me to slay demons and save the populace. My parents were killed by demons. I vowed from a young age that once I learned spells, I would travel the world as a wandering hero, slaying demons and monsters." Elder Tion looked at him and nodded slightly. Guan smiled. "I didn't expect you to have such grand ambitions. Master supports you." Yin smiled, immediately lifting a bowl of wine to toast Guan, then poured another bowl to clink with Elder Tion. The atmosphere became even more harmonious. After opening up, Yin spoke more than usual, making Elder Tion talkative as well. "Master, will you transfer disciples from Mystic Valley?" Yin asked. Guan shook his head. "Let's wait until you reach Foundation establishment. I'm afraid others might disturb your path enlightenment. With Elder Tion and me, we can manage." Each area was already running smoothly, and daily chores were not many. Hearing this, Yin felt even more touched. Guan began to envision the future with him, drinking spiritual wine one jar after another until he became drunk. At the end of summer, the scorching heat of the world was receding. Guan stood on the grass of Mystic Valley, watching 4 cultivators from the Demon Extermination Hall fly away, silently. Wuxin approached, saying, "Senior brother, what are you daydreaming about? There are so many boxes. Aren't you going to check them?" Those 4 were sent by Lu Jujia to deliver gifts to Mystic Valley. After waiting half a day for Guan to return, they finally left. Guan withdrew his gaze, looked at Wuxin, and smiled. "You do the counting. They're probably medicinal herbs." Wuxin's face lit up. This feeling of being trusted was wonderful. Now, Guan had handed over the management of Mystic Valley entirely to Wuxin. He only came to pick the herbs, and Wuxin had no objections to this. Guan helping to shoulder part of the labor was something he could not resist. He sought power, not to drive Guan away. Without Guan, he felt Mystic Valley lacked something. Therefore, during Guan's absence, he focused almost entirely on cultivating. Guan turned and walked toward the transmission array platform. After a while, he arrived at the 3rd Medicine Valley. Since Zhenqin and Su Han became outer disciples, this Medicine Valley had become very deserted. After finishing his work, Yin would go to practice his spear, and Elder Tion was a man of few words. Guan stepped off the array platform and saw Elder Tion squatting in the garden, admiring a 4th-grade medicinal herb. The old man often dazed off, something Guan had gotten used to. He entered the pavilion and took out the Z-Way Array Chronicles. For the past year, he had been secretly studying the Z-Way Array Chronicles and gained considerable insights. Hours later, Guan sensed something, immediately placing the Z-Way Array Chronicles back into his storage bag, then waited in the house. "Guan, Guan, come out quickly." Guan heard Gu Yes call, his voice growing louder as he descended. The rascal started shouting as soon as he landed. He stood up and walked out of the pavilion, standing on the second-floor balcony, and saw Gu Zong and Gu Yu flying in on a golden wheel at lightning speed. After landing, Gu Zong stored the magic artifact in his sleeve, and Gu Yu stepped forward excitedly. "Guin, you're ahem." Gu Zong cleared his throat, and Gu Yu realized something, promptly closing his mouth. Guin stood upstairs, smiling. "Come up and talk." Gu Yu nodded and quickly went upstairs while Gu Zong turned back and waved to Elder Tian. The four gathered in the second-floor room, and Gu Zong raised his hand, casting a spell, forming 2 restrictions at the windowsill. Gu Yu pulled Guin to sit down, saying excitedly, "The Supreme Immortal Venerable is a complete success. The entire immortal cultivation world is watching, and even the surrounding dynasties and sects are buying this book from the Supreme Sect." Ha ha! A few years ago, when Supreme Immortal Venerable first came out, many mocked Pan and for losing his talent. Who would have thought that now? Everyone would be eager to read it, all expecting me, Gu Yu, to prove my genius. Seeing his excitement, Guin couldn't help but smile. The success of the Supreme Immortal Venerable didn't surprise him at all. After all, such stories of meteoric rise and face-slapping strong opponents were an enormous emotional shock to the immortal cultivation world. Gu Zong said, "We came today not just for this matter, but it's related. The holy daughter of the Daotian Sect is coming to the Supreme Sect to cultivate. She's coming for you." Daotian Sect is from the Taizong dynasty's neighboring Great Yu dynasty, the leading sect in Great Yu. The holy daughter is the Daotian Sect hierarch's daughter. Her coming will establish a long-term, friendly relationship between the Supreme Sect and Daotian Sect. At that time, they'll have to introduce the holy daughter of Daotian Sect to you. Don't worry, this matter won't spread out. You will only need to meet her once. She's promised not to reveal your identity. Guin felt a headache coming on. I've become a part of foreign diplomacy? Gu Zong stroked his beard and laughed. The Supreme Immortal Venerable significantly boosted the development of the Supreme Sect. The Hall of Elders greatly appreciates you. If you can convince the holy daughter of the Daotian Sect to stay, the Hall of Elders will reward you with a 7th-grade spirit tree seedling. Once grown, this tree will notably enhance the local spiritual energy, making it not difficult for you to achieve core formation, despite your qualifications. Originally, you were to receive a cultivation technique or high-rank Dharma artifact, but you said you avoid conflict and prefer gardening, so it was changed to a 7th-grade spirit tree. This tree will benefit the entire Medicine Valley, its advantages immeasurable. Chapter 58. If you were the sect leader, what would you do? 7th Order Spirit Tree. This is the grade of the green vine tree. How could the Supreme Sect have a spirit tree comparable to the holy tree of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion? Could it be that the green vine tree in the 8 scenic caves isn't a true holy tree or hasn't fully matured yet? Guin was immediately excited. He couldn't refuse such a treasure. Leaving the holy maiden, how difficult could it be? Doesn't she like to read? Write her an epilogue of the investiture of the gods. When will the holy maiden arrive? Guin took a deep breath and asked. He didn't show the joy in his heart. Instead, he pretended to be worried and deep in thought. Elder Gu Zong laughed and said, "She will be here within a year at most. You don't need to feel pressured." Gu Yu teased from the side. "Don't worry about being asked to pledge yourself to her. The cultivation gap is obvious. She just liked your books." Guin nodded. He wasn't that narcissistic. There were many people in the world who liked the investiture of the gods. Elder Gu Zong looked at Elder Tian, standing nearby, and asked, "How have you been here?" Elder Tian nodded and said, "Pretty good. The Valley Master treats me well." Guin felt helpless. Elder Gu Zong had brought in a distant relative. Was he afraid Guin wouldn't suspect anything? No way. If you're going to play along, do it thoroughly. Guin looked at Elder Gu Zong and hesitated to speak. Elder Gu Zong seemed to notice his confusion and laughed. "He has long known your identity as Panin. It's because he likes the investiture of the gods that I allowed him to come here. Besides him, only the Hall of Elders knows. Don't worry, We are more afraid of your identity being exposed than you are. Before the investiture of the gods appeared, disciples had always written books. But the impact that Pan and brought was unprecedented. No one had thought that books could bring more disciples, cultivation resources, and even assist the sect in diplomatic relations with other powers. Especially after the Supreme Immortal Venerable was published, the entire world's eyes were on the Supreme Sect. Standing at a high position, Elder Gu Zong could see the clearest. Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Yu suddenly said, "Zhou Tongyu treats Gu Yu quite well. I take back what I said before. Don't let Gu Yu bully him." Guan looked at him with a strange expression. Elder Gu Zong laughed. "My image is not bad either. No matter where I go, I can hear people mentioning my name, asking when I will return to deal with those evildoers for my son." Cough, cough. Revealing it early would spoil the suspense. True. Guan changed the topic and inquired about the Holy Maiden of the Daotian sect. He had to gather as much information as possible to better face the Holy Maiden. Elder Gu Zong began to introduce the Holy Maiden. Shun Jun, with 3 spirit roots, is the youngest daughter of the sect hierarch of the Daotian sect. Her talent isn't top-notch, but her understanding of musical spells is exceptionally high, and she loves the arts like playing musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Just based on the introduction, Guan felt that Shunjun's personality wasn't strong. If she liked the arts, she should have a good temperament. Late at night, in the 8 Sina caves, under the green vine tree, Guan was practicing swordsmanship, specifically the wood spirit sword technique. The wood spirit sword technique was a sword technique that Zuolin had taught Gu and to test his depth. Although it wasn't rare, it could be bought in the Outer Gate City. Since it was of the wood attribute, Guan decided to practice it himself and not invest his lifespan into it. However, isn't real-world time also lifespan? With his extraordinary Taizong, divine shocking swordsmanship achievement, and his current top-grade 5 elements heavenly spirit root, Guan found a sense of genius in the wood spirit sword technique. He had already mastered the wood spirit sword technique and was now pursuing a higher realm. Every cultivation technique, spell, and ultimate skill had minor realms. According to his summary, from low to high, they were novice initial insight, basic mastery, slight achievement, thorough comprehension, mastery, peak perfection, and returning to simplicity. It felt like leveling up in a game, which Guan found very interesting. The Wenzhonglong Sky Dragon watched Gu An's sword practice from the tree. Now, it had the majesty of a true dragon. Guan moved within a 3-zhong radius under the tree, creating afterimages. It seemed like nearly 10 of him were practicing swordsmanship. The heavenly resident's sword in his hand was extremely sharp, and strength energy radiated. This energy dissipated once it reached 2 zhong away, not harming the surrounding flora. After practicing for an ancient hour, Guan finally stopped. Clang! The heavenly resident's sword returned to its sheath, emitting a clear sound like a dragon's hum. He put the heavenly resident's sword into his storage bag, then stretched lazily. The sky dragon descended from the sky and spoke in a childish voice. "Master, you're amazing. Can you teach me?" Guan looked at it and jokingly asked, "Can your dragon claws hold a sword?" "Using my claws as swords, can I?" The sky dragon blinked its eyes and asked. Guan was stunned for a moment. There's something there. He immediately took out the wood spirit sword technique manual he had drawn from his storage bag and tossed it to the sky dragon, saying, "Then practice by yourself. If you don't understand something when I return, you can ask me." The sky dragon grabbed the manual with its claws and quickly said, "Don't forget to bring me roasted chicken." Guan nodded with a smile and then turned to leave. The sky dragon landed, placed the manual on the ground, and started flipping through it with its claws. After leaving the 8 Sina caves, Guan walked into the mountain forest. Under the night sky, the forest was covered in snow, but he didn't leave any footprints. Early the next morning, after accompanying the disciples in their exercises, Guan was about to head to the 3rd Medicine Valley when Yilan arrived. Since his junior sister had come, Guan naturally had to accompany her. The two went into the pavilion to chat. Guan first asked about her recent situation. Even if she was busy, she would visit Guan every year. It was impossible for Guan not to be moved by this. Starting from last year, disciples from the outer sect have often gone missing. Our law enforcement hall has investigated but couldn't find a real culprit. However, the Demon Extermination Hall always finds demon path spies who confess to the crimes. Elon sighed. After the sect leader changed, she and Lu Juj no longer contacted each other. Mainly, the two halls didn't get along, being like water and fire. Guan laughed and said, "Then let the Demon Extermination Hall catch them. It will give you more time to cultivate." Elon shook her head and said, "It's not that simple. The Hall Master of the Demon Extermination Hall wants to merge with the Law Enforcement Hall, and the Outer Sect's Great Elder seems to have the same intention. If our hall doesn't perform, we will eventually be disbanded. It doesn't matter. If you get disbanded, come back. The elixirs I can provide are no less than the Law Enforcement Hall's benefits. That's not acceptable. If you give them to me, what will you do?" Elon directly refused with a serious expression. Seeing this, Guan didn't say more and changed the topic to other matters. Since Elon wanted to stay a few more days, Guan decided to stay in the Mystic Valley until after the Spring Festival. After the Spring Festival, the winter snow completely melted. Guan first went to Qinghong Valley to harvest thousands of years of lifespan, then replanted. After spending 2 days there, he went to the Third Medicine Valley. The Mystic Valley was crowded, and Qinghong Valley had 3 monkey demons, so it wasn't lonely. But the Third Medicine Valley was different. Every time Guan came, it was deathly silent. Yi Yin and Elder Tian both enjoyed this quietness, not disturbing each other. Guan walked into a garden area and began harvesting mature medicinal herbs. Elder Tian came over and curiously asked, "Why do you always pick the herbs yourself?" Guan replied, "I have to do some work. And when I personally pick and package them, it gives me a sense of contributing to the sect." Upon hearing this, Elder Tian laughed. "You are indeed contributing, not just self-satisfying. I hope the higher-ups think the same." Guan laughed lightly as he harvested. Elder Tian suddenly asked, "If you were made sect leader, what would you do?" Guan's heart skipped a beat, but his actions didn't falter. He said annoyed, "Stop thinking about it. You're not the sect leader, and you can't pass it to me. Besides, I can only manage the Medicine Valley, not the millions of disciples in the Supreme Sect. With my current cultivation level, who would respect me as the sect leader?" He didn't want to be the sect leader. He wanted to cultivate in peace, not face pressure. If he became the sect leader, he couldn't escape if he encountered an invincible enemy. Guan wasn't loyal enough to lay down his life for the Supreme Sect. Elder Tian chuckled and stopped pressing the issue. After Guan finished harvesting, they both walked towards a pavilion. "I actually know an incredible cultivation technique. Do you want to learn it?" Even Elder Guzong doesn't know about it. Elder Tian suddenly asked, "I don't want to learn. Isn't writing books better? You know, I don't cultivate much, relying on elixirs to progress." "You're still young. Why are you don't understand? This is called enjoying life. I like to go with the flow. Of course, that's just me. Everyone has different pursuits." Guan said casually, "Why was this old fellow talking so much today? Trying to ruin my Taoist heart?" Elder Tian wanted to continue, but suddenly there was a sound from the sky. The two turned to look and saw Elder Guzong flying over on a magic artifact, with a woman in black standing behind him, her face covered by a veil, revealing only her bright, enchanting eyes. The holy maiden of the Daotian sect had arrived. Guan asked Elder Tian to take the herbs inside, while he went to greet Elder Guzong and the woman. He cast a lifespan detection. Shenzhen, Core Formation Realm, 2nd Layer 78/660/1050. After landing, Elder Guzong laughed and said, "Guan, this is the holy maiden of the Daotian sect, Shenzhen. You must entertain her well." He turned to face Shenzhen. She raised her hand to salute him. He nodded and quickly left on his golden wheel. Shenzhen looked at Guan with her bright eyes, carefully examining him. Just by her eyes, one could imagine she was a rare beauty. Guan raised his hand in greeting and said, I'm Guan. Greetings, Miss Shun. Shunjun nodded slightly and curiously asked, which do you prefer, Investiture of the Gods or Supreme Immortal Venerable? Testing me right from the start, Guan's expression remained unchanged. I like both. People can't just like one book. Different moods lead to wanting to read different books. Don't you agree? Shunjun's eyes lit up. I actually wrote a book too. Would you like to read it? Shunjun blinked her eyes and asked. Guan naturally didn't refuse. Shall we look at it upstairs? Shunjun nodded and followed Gu into the second floor of the pavilion. Guan wanted to leave the door open, as it could be awkward being a man and a woman alone in a room. But Shunjun closed the door. They sat at a table, and Shunjun took out a book from her storage bag. Her brows furrowed as if hesitating. After some thought, she handed the book to Guan. When Guan took it and saw the title, his eyelid twitched. Black Hero's Travelogue? What the heck? Chapter 59. The Great Demon Catastrophe. That book title is not proper at all. Guan suddenly dared not open the book, fearing that the author of Green Hero's Travelogue might be Shunjun. Then his admiration for the author would be shattered. But no, Shunjun was from the Daotian Sect of the Great Yu Dynasty. How could she possibly publish a book in the Supreme Sect? Having thought it through, Guan calmed himself and began to read Black Hero's Travelogue. Shunjun lowered her gaze to the table, her ears slightly red through her long hair. After finishing the first page, Guan let out a sigh of relief. She was not the author of Green Hero's Travelogue. The difference was clear between her writing and that of Green Hero's Travelogue, but it was evident she was indeed imitating it. He patiently read on. Every story in Green Hero's Travelogue began with the local landscape, first depicting the scenery, then the interactions between people. Black Hero's Travelogue followed the same format. However, Shunjun's experience was clearly not as rich as that of the author of Green Hero's Travelogue. The description of the mountains and rivers in her book seemed lacking. At least in Guan's eyes, it didn't have the vivid imagery of Green Hero's Travelogue. The room fell silent. Later on, Shunjun got up and went to look at the bookshelf beside her. After nearly an hour, Guan finally closed Black Hero's Travelogue. Shunjun, holding a book, turned around and asked, "How is it?" Guan asked, "Do you like Green Hero's Travelogue?" Standing by the bookshelf, Shunjun nodded slightly and said, "Besides cultivation techniques, the first book I ever read was Green Hero's Travelogue, but my favorite is still your Supreme Immortal Venerable." All right, it was indeed quite conventional, but it was sincere. Guan smiled and said, "Actually, I really like Green Hero's Travelogue too. It was because of reading it that I couldn't resist picking up a pen myself." Shunjun immediately walked over, obviously more excited than before, her eyes sparkling as she began to discuss Green Hero's Travelogue with Guan. Although her Black Hero's Travelogue also had romantic elements, they weren't as explicit as those in Green Hero's Travelogue, making it a more conventional book. Their relationship quickly grew closer through their shared love of Green Hero's Travelogue. From Green Hero's Travelogue, their conversation moved to Investiture of the Gods, and then to Supreme Immortal Venerable. After a long time, Guan couldn't help but ask, "Have you ever met the author of Green Hero's Travelogue?" Shunjun shook her head slightly and said, "Although I really like his Green Hero's Travelogue, I feel he is not very proper, and I don't wish to meet him." You are different from Investiture of the Gods to Supreme Immortal Venerable. Your styles are so varied that I am very curious about you. Guan felt a little regretful upon hearing this. Who exactly was Green Hero? This was his greatest curiosity within the Supreme Sect. After writing Supreme Immortal Venerable, will you continue to write about Daoist tradition conflicts similar to Investiture of the Gods? Shunjun asked, looking at Guan. Guan gave an ambiguous answer. Probably. What about you, Miss Shun? Will you be staying in the Supreme Sect? Shunjun smiled and said, "Is the Supreme Sect giving you pressure? Actually, we just need a nominal alliance." The Daotian sect also needs to ally with the Supreme Sect to deter other sects within the Great Yu dynasty and to face the great demon Catastrophe together. Guan raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is this great demon Catastrophe?" On this continent, there are 9 adjacent dynasties, including Taizong and Great Yu. The 9 dynasties have expelled powerful demons, turning the regions outside the 9 dynasties into places overrun by demons. Now, the demons outside have become powerful enough to threaten the 9 dynasties. Even though various immortal cultivation sects often send disciples to exterminate demons, the vast regions outside always have some exceptionally talented demons that grow. Within 100 years, the 9 dynasties will face a demonic catastrophe not seen in thousands of years, during which dynasties will inevitably fall. As Shun Jun spoke of this, her eyes were full of gravity. Guan felt a sense of pressure assailing him upon hearing this. He had already imagined the scene of mountains and rivers shattering, the Supreme Sect struggling to hold the front lines, and forcibly conscripting servant disciples to the battlefield. No way. Within 100 years, he had to extend his lifespan to 1,000,000 years and unlock the next function to rapidly boost his cultivation level. Guan thought to himself, and then asked, "If that's the case, why don't you focus on cultivation instead of writing books?" Xinjun was not as talented as Ji Xiaoyu or Zhou Tongyu, nor even Li Ye, but her aptitude was not bad, and she had the backing of the Daotian sect. As long as she was willing to cultivate, she surely could advance further. Upon hearing this, Shunjin chuckled and said, "Everyone has their own destiny. Cultivation is not my destiny. I prefer reading and writing. What if someday I gain enlightenment from books? Who says you must absorb nature's spiritual energy to gain enlightenment? Throughout all the books I've read, it seems no energy absorption cultivator has lived until the present." Guan couldn't help but look at her differently. She really dared to think big. After chatting for a while, Shunjun prepared to leave, and Guan stood up to see her off. When they got downstairs, she summoned a flying sword, leaped onto it, and left a parting remark as she flew towards the horizon. "Young Master Gu, I will set my cave residence nearby. Let's communicate more in the future." Watching her departing figure, a smile spread across Gu's face. He was not happy that Shunjun was going to live nearby, but rather that the 7th grade spirit tree had been secured. The Supreme Sect acted quickly, and within 3 days of Shunjun's departure, the sapling of the 7th grade spirit tree arrived, personally delivered by Guzong. After Guzong left, Guan carried the sapling of the 7th grade spirit tree to the central area of the compound. Though called a sapling, the tree was already 3 meters tall. Guan planted it on the grass connecting the 4 segments of the park, with Elder Tian and Yi Yin watching from behind. After planting it, Guan looked at the tree with a beaming smile on his face. Mystic Pure Tree, 7th grade 48/8999/65,000, a limited lifespan of 65,000 years, beyond compare for mortals. Elder Tian chuckled and said, "The Mystic Pure Tree is extraordinary. Though it doesn't bear fruit, cultivating beneath it can calm the mind and refresh the spirit." Gu's smile grew even brighter upon hearing this. He said, "Elder Tian, you must take good care of the Mystic Pure Tree and ensure no harm comes to it. Don't worry, since it's rooted, its life force is stronger than my old bones." Hearing Elder Tian's words, Guan shook his head and laughed. This old man had a bit of humor in himself. Then, Guan turned and left. Elder Tian and Yi Yin stayed by the tree, chatting leisurely, and did not follow him. Guan made his way to the edge of the Medicine Valley near the mountain wall. In this grassy area, a tree had been planted, though it showed no signs of growth yet. It was the root of the 6th grade human face tree that Yi Lan had previously given him. This tree root had been buried for several years, still in a state of revival with its age at 0. Guan had tried to help it with his own would attribute spiritual power, but it was like a bottomless pit, absorbing his spiritual power without any noticeable effect. He squatted in front of the root of the human-faced tree, which had only a wooden tip protruding from the soil. After watching it for a while, Guin suddenly felt a faint flow of spiritual energy from the ground towards the human-faced tree, tracing the source. It came from the mystic pure tree. Could the mystic pure tree help the human-faced tree revive? Guin was delighted by this thought, but also a bit worried that the human-faced tree might drain the mystic pure tree. After all, this thing came from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, a name with somewhat ominous connotations. If the human-faced tree turned out to be an evil entity upon growing, Guin would uproot it. He couldn't allow it to destroy the Third Medicine Valley. Guin felt someone needed to keep an eye on it to prevent it from growing secretly. Yin had reached the 8th floor of the energy cultivation realm, his cultivation level mainly relying on elixirs. He practiced his spear technique daily, but while this also involved absorbing nature's spiritual energy, it didn't significantly boost his cultivation. Once he left, it would be time to recruit some people. Just after the height of summer, the 43-year-old Guin arrived at the outer gate city. First, he submitted his manuscript, then wandered around the streets. He noticed that the outer gate city was not as bustling as before, with many disciples still passing through the streets, but most of them wore solemn expressions and spoke in hushed tones. Looking up, Guin saw 4 disciples from the Demon Extermination Hall descend from the sky, landing in front of a pavilion in the distance. They surrounded a disciple who had just exited the building and began questioning him. The disciple appeared quite annoyed, and a verbal clash ensued, leading to a fight. When one of the Demon Extermination Hall disciples displayed a token, the disciple backed down and obediently allowed them to take him away. After capturing demonic cultivator spies for so many years, haven't they caught them all yet? Guin frowned, feeling puzzled but having no intention of intervening. As long as they didn't target him, he was fine. He headed towards the Beast Hall, planning to raise a few demon beasts in the Third Medicine Valley so that Elder Tian wouldn't feel lonely. Elder Tian had been diligent and had earned Guin's favor. He now truly regarded Elder Tian as his own servant disciple. After an hour, Guin walked out of the Beast Hall's gate, 3 bags hanging from his waist. These were beast control bags, each containing a live creature, but one bag could only hold 1 demon beast. Just as he stepped outside, he coincidentally ran into Lu Jiujia. This time, Lu Jiujia was alone. As he approached the Beast Hall, his face was gloomy, but upon seeing Guin, he immediately smiled and quickened his pace. "Senior brother, are you here by demon beasts?" Lu Jiujia asked warmly, though his face was paler than before, with a hint of malevolence between his brows, exuding a sinister aura. Guin nodded, asking with concern, "You don't look well. Is everything all right?" "What could be wrong? I've just been too tired from training lately." Lu Jiujia shook his head. Guin noticed a trace of demonic qi in his body, very subtle and hard to detect if not looked at closely. Had this guy become a demon cultivator? Since Lu Jiujia was unwilling to say more, Guin naturally didn't press further. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Jiujia reminded him before parting, "Senior brother, avoid going out at night. Recently, there have been powerful demon cultivators infiltrating the outer gate." With that, he turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, Guin didn't think much of it and headed back towards the Third Medicine Valley. Once he arrived at the Third Medicine Valley, he released the 3 spirit dogs he had just bought. All 3 had 2nd-grade demon beast bloodlines, making them quite expensive. They'll be staying in the Mystic Valley for a while, so you take care of them. Guin instructed Elder Tian. Elder Tian nodded, and Guin turned towards the transmission array platform. Whether it was an illusion or not, Guin noticed that Elder Tian's gaze towards him seemed filled with concern. Before he could ponder it further, the formation activated, bringing him to the Mystic Valley. As soon as he arrived at the Mystic Valley, Guin felt a familiar presence. "Leah!" He stepped down from the array platform and looked towards the distance, seeing Leah instructing disciples on sword practice, with even Xiaochuan participating. After giving some instructions, Leah turned and headed towards Guin. When they met, Guin asked curiously. What brings you here? Core Formation Realm. First layer. Reaching the Core Formation Realm at 45, just 5 years behind Jiangxiong. Leah smiled lightly and said, I came here to protect you. I heard that the Demon Lord from the Heavenly Extinction Sect has infiltrated the Outer Gate, and I was worried about you. I plan to go to the Inner Sect only after this matter is resolved. Chapter 60. Ancestor, save me. Can you handle that Demon Lord? Guin asked suspiciously. Leah laughed triumphantly. I have already reached the Core Formation stage. Don't underestimate me. In the Supreme Sect, the Core Formation Realm is just an Inner Sect disciple. Can you really match up to the Demon Lord? You brat. I came here specifically to protect you, and you're still complaining? I'm afraid it'll be like that time, when you charged out to deal with the Demon of Greed and got injured and fell. Can we not bring that up? The two started bickering, but Guin wasn't really angry. Leah could feel that Guin's concern was out of a good heart, not wanting to burden him. Little did he know that Guin wasn't worried about being a burden, but about being a hindrance. Brother, if the Demon Lord comes and you're by my side, I won't be able to act. Guin couldn't express his true thoughts, and since Leah insisted on staying, he had to let it be. By the way, have you seen Junior Brother Liu recently? Guin asked. Leah shook his head. I haven't seen him. I used to run into him, but he joined the Demon Extermination Hall, and I don't get along with the elders there, so we haven't kept in touch. Talking about this, his expression turned indifferent. He didn't care about Liu Jiujia at all. Though he was warm to Guin, he was actually very cold to everyone else. Let's go upstairs and have a proper chat. I heard you acquired another Medicine Valley. Tell me all about it. Leah pulled Guin upstairs. They chatted late into the night. Guin didn't reveal his identity as Pan, but instead told Leah that the harvest from Mystic Valley had pleased their superiors. Hence, he was given another Medicine Valley. Considering that Li Xiandao was criticized for the investiture of the gods, how dare Guin reveal his identity to Leah? What if Leah let slip? After all, they were father and son. No matter how big the conflict, before a complete break, their relationship would still be closer than with Guin. As summer transitioned to autumn, the temperature was still quite hot. 10 days had passed since Leah came, and Mystic Valley hadn't encountered any danger during this time. Guin even went out to manage the caves of the Outer Sect disciples, with Leah insisting on accompanying him. However, upon reaching the caves, he didn't go inside, fearing he might trouble Guin and wanted Leah to stay in Mystic Valley to protect the disciples. But Leah didn't care about anyone else. As he said, teaching swordsmanship to those disciples was already a favor to Guin. That evening, Guin was picking ripe medicinal herbs, while Leah was meditating at the mountain peak on the west. The setting sun hung just above his head, giving him the aura of an unrivaled master. Suddenly, Guin sensed something. His right hand paused, and then he continued picking the herbs. There really is a Demon Lord. I hope he doesn't on my Medicine Valley. Guin thought silently. The opponent's aura far exceeded the Foundation Establishment realm, but did not pose a threat to his perception. The faint demonic aura began to drift away from Mystic Valley, which relieved him. Compared to gaining a few decades of lifespan from killing someone, he was more afraid of exposing his strength. As night fell, Guin was inside the house reading the Ziwei Array Chronicles, absorbed in the formations related to the wood attribute. His brows suddenly furrowed, followed by a sigh. Mystic Valley wasn't attracting trouble, but Leah drew the attention of the Demon Lord. On the mountain peak, Leah, who was meditating and absorbing energy, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and walked to the edge of the cliff, looking down at the forest below. About 100 feet away from his mountain, a mysterious figure like a ghost stood under a tree, gazing at him from afar. Under the moonlight, the mysterious figure almost blended into the darkness, visible only when close. Leah frowned, raised his hand, pointing afar, and then leaped into the night sky. The mysterious figure turned into black mist and vanished without a trace. A stick of incense later, Leah landed beside a river in the mountains. This river flowed through the hills, about 2 yards wide, shimmering under the moonlight. As soon as he landed, a mass of black mist appeared out of thin air on the meadow across the river, forming into a human figure. Leah asked, "You're not the demon lord of the Heavenly Extinction Sect. You seem to know me?" The mysterious figure responded in a hoarse voice. "Prince Leah, inheritor of Jiz's first sword cultivator's divinity transformation sword intent. Meeting you is quite a pleasant surprise." Leah drew the treasure sword from his waist, pointing it at the shadow in the distance, playing tricks. As his voice fell, his body erupted with violent sword chi, causing his black robe to flutter like flames. 7 silver sword shadows swiftly formed around him, shining brightly under the night sky. "You dare defy me, a core formation stage?" The mysterious figure snickered disdainfully. He again turned into demonic chi and vanished, reappearing behind Leah almost instantly. Leah's pupils contracted. He leaped up, turning his body to slash backward. The 7 silver sword shadows swiftly shot towards the mysterious figure. Boom! 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 The silver sword shadows hit the ground one after another, stirring up billowing dust, causing nearby trees to shake violently. Leah, still in mid-air, hadn't seen whether the mysterious figure was hit when a strong wind swept past, sending him flying horizontally. Leah plummeted into the forest like an arrow, crashing through trees for several hundred feet before he finally came to a stop. As the dust settled, Leah, covered in blood, leaned against a tree trunk, which was filled with cracks and still trembling. The mysterious figure appeared in mid-air, looking down at Leah. "Boy, having just reached the core formation stage, you dare to oppose me? Do you know my realm?" Leah struggled to raise his head, seeing his vision stained with blood. "Damn it!" Leah gritted his teeth, trying hard to stand up but to no avail. "Sai, why do you always get hurt, boy? You're not just risking your own life, you're putting your ancestor's life in danger too." An aged voice sounded in Leah's mind, full of helplessness. The mysterious figure raised his right hand, aiming at Leah from a distance, surrounded by demonic chi and shrouded in darkness, not revealing his true face. Just as he was about to speak, a hand engulfed in demonic chi pressed on his shoulder, making him freeze entirely. In an instant, branches sprouted from his body, mixed with blood, blooming like a flower in the air. The demonic chi dispersed, revealing a middle-aged man, his outer sect elder robes pierced by branches, his ferocious face showing an expression of disbelief. He turned his head, catching a glimpse of a purple-black figure standing behind him. Demon shadow, divine skill, the middle-aged man trembled. Leah's eyes widened angrily. "Elder Chun, why is it you?" Before Elder Chun could respond, the storage bag at his waist was taken by the person behind him. Immediately, the branches on his body ignited with green fire, quickly burning him to ashes, taking both body and soul. The purple-black figure stood in mid-air, maintaining the posture of grabbing Elder Chen's shoulder. Leah below felt immense pressure, knowing that Elder Chen was a great cultivator of the nascent soul realm. Yet he was swiftly wiped out without the ability to resist. Void crossing realm, at least above the 5th layer. The aged voice in Leah's mind turned serious. The words void crossing realm made Leah's heart pound. The night forest fell into silence, Leah's heart in his throat, ready to defend against the opponent's attack at any moment. He screamed in his mind, "Ancestor, save me." After a few breaths, the purple-black figure vanished without a trace, leaving Leah shivering, looking around frantically. "He's gone. He must have weighed something." The aged voice reassured in Leah's mind, easing his tension. "Brat, forget about going. Go to the inner sect immediately. This outer sect is getting more sinister by the day. Someone must be defying the heavens. Staying longer will only bring disaster." The aged voice turned stern, while Leah remained silent. In Mystic Valley's pavilion, Guan looked at the storage bag in his hand, sighing softly. "Senior Brother Lee, I'm sorry. If I don't injure you a bit, you'll never leave here." Guan felt guilty. After all, Leah came for him. Although Elder Qin clearly intended to capture Li Ye, if he directly went to the inner sect, there wouldn't be further trouble. He decided to give Li Ye more medicinal herbs when he returned. Slaying Elder Qin gained him 37 years of lifespan, neither too much nor too little. He began to examine Elder Qin's storage bag, sweeping it several times with his divine sense to extract and destroy any potentially dangerous items. By dawn, Li Ye finally returned. He had changed into clean clothes, looking as if he hadn't experienced a fierce battle. Guan met him downstairs and asked, "Senior Brother Li, why do you look unwell?" Li Ye forced a smile. "I had a minor mishap while practicing last night. It's nothing serious." Guan furrowed his brows and dragged him upstairs, taking out dozens of bottles of elixirs, claiming he had stocked them up. Li Ye asked in surprise, "Junior Brother Gu, what is this?" "You came back from outside the valley looking unwell. You must have encountered a battle last night, correct?" Guan said seriously. Li Ye's expression turned grim. He took a deep breath. "I did encounter a demon cultivator last night and got injured. Junior Brother Gu, you should move to the inner sect Medicine Valley. Staying in the outer sect is not safe." "Not safe? I don't believe it. Gu An's foundation was here. He couldn't abandon it. Whoever dared to cause trouble would die." Guan smiled bitterly on the surface. "Senior Brother Li, the herbs planted in this Medicine Valley are all low rank. The Demon Lord wouldn't be interested. Actually, without you here, we're safer. You should go to the inner sect. We'll be fine. I can ask Lu Jujia for help. We haven't lost touch." But Li Ye hesitated. Guan interrupted. "Senior Brother Li, I always felt that the chaos in the outer sect had little to do with demon cultivators. The Demon Extermination Hall has caught many demon path spies over the years. Could it be that someone is merely causing chaos under the guise of the demon path? If you go to the inner sect, you might save the outer sect. But if you stay here, how long can you protect me alone?" Upon hearing this, Li Ye's expression darkened, recalling Elder Qin. After a few moments of struggle, he took a deep breath. "Junior Brother Gu, you are right. I will go to the inner sect immediately." Guan smiled, shoving all the elixirs into Li Ye's hands, making him very touched. After a brief exchange, Guan urged him to depart, which Li Ye also felt should not be delayed. Due to his injuries, Li Ye could only fly using sword control. After leaving Mystic Valley, he couldn't help but look back, murmuring, "Do you see? This is why I can't let go of him. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to harm him, I will make them regret it." Chapter 61, The Secret of the Supreme Sect, the division between right and evil. After Li Ye left, Guan quietly put Elder Qin's storage bag into the 8 scenic caves, and in the afternoon, he came to the 3rd Medicine Valley. He wandered around and inspected the area, but his brows were tightly furrowed. After a while, Elder Tian finally took the bait. He walked over, curious, and asked, "Valley Master, why have you been frowning so much?" Guan glanced at him, shook his head slightly, and remained silent. Elder Tian took a step forward and said, "Maybe I can't help you, but speaking about many things can reduce the pressure, and I can offer you opinions as an observer." Upon hearing this, Guan sighed and spoke out about what happened in the outer sect, including how Li Ye from the first layer of the core formation realm got injured protecting him. The reason he mentioned Li Ye was to ensure that the former sect leader remembered Li Ye's contributions. Guan always felt that Elder Tian would not truly settle here for life. He might make a comeback someday. After he finished speaking, Elder Tian furrowed his brows. Guan couldn't hold back his complaints. The outer sect's Demon Extermination Hall has been catching demon path spies all day long, yet after so many years, demon cultivators still infiltrate the Supreme Sect. Can the Supreme Sect still be considered the #1 sect if disciples within it can't even be guaranteed safety? I don't mind being killed, but I worry about my disciples. Speaking of this, he sighed again, feeling quite anxious and aggrieved. Even he praised his own acting skills. If acting skills could be added to the attribute panel, they should have reached a pinnacle, leaving some room for a return to simplicity. Elder Tian sighed and said, "It does sound troublesome, But the immortal cultivation world has always been like this. No sect would truly care about servant disciples. To put it bluntly, they don't even consider servant disciples as part of the sect. Guan frowned, this time out of genuine concern. Hearing such word from the former sect leader's mouth was very jarring. But I heard that the new sect leader has a righteous heart, and is the one the Hall of Elders looks up to. Maybe he can change things, at least better than the former sect leader, Elder Tian continued. His expression remained unchanged, as if he was not belittling himself, and it was unclear whether he spoke with veiled sarcasm. Guan did not respond, just sighed, and continued to inspect the medicinal herbs. Elder Tian did not follow his pace, and he didn't mention it again, fearing that it would be counterproductive. An ancient hour later, Guan returned to the Mystic Valley. Recently, he planned to stay in the Mystic Valley and return to other places on the same day. The disciples of Mystic Valley were puzzled as to why Guan had been staying there so often lately. It wasn't until Wu Xin and Tang Yu went to the outer sect that they learned that demon cultivators had recently infiltrated, making them nervous but also touched. The master cared for them. Since the establishment of the Third Medicine Valley, the disciples had felt distance from Guan, but now they felt close again. Wu Xin bore the greatest pressure and began to compel the disciples to practice spells, striving to make sure everyone had some measure of self-defense. He bought some noisy spells from the outer sect for the disciples to practice. It was difficult to counterattack demon cultivators, but if the commotion from the battle was loud enough, it might draw support from the outer sect. Guan did not stop him. Perhaps this could enhance the cohesion of the Mystic Valley and just as well train Wuxin's leadership and organizational skills. A few days later, Yilan came. She came for the same reason as Liya, worried about Guan. In the attic, Yilan took out a treasure sword from her storage bag and placed it on the table, saying, "Recently, there have been demon cultivators around, and their cultivation levels are not low. This sword is named Qinghong sword. Carry it with you. Although it doesn't have strong power, it is connected to my white spirit sword. If you encounter danger, I can sense it immediately, and I will come to rescue you." Guan couldn't help but find it amusing and said, "Junior sister, your cultivation level is only a few layers higher than mine. Don't come to sacrifice yourself." Sacrifice herself? Yilan understood right away, glared at Guan, and hummed, "Senior brother, if we really fought, I could subdue you with one move. I may act gently in front of you, but others face a different side of me. It seems my junior sister is indeed strong. I underestimated you," Guan said with a smile, then picked up the Qinghong sword. The scabbard was exquisite, carved with an image of a wild goose soaring above the clouds, very elegant. He then drew the sword, and with a flash of sword light, a slender blade appeared before his eyes. "It really looks good. From now on, I will wear on my waist," Guan said with a smile. These words made Yilan smile brightly. Guan noticed that although Yilan's appearance was not as stunning as Ji Xiaoyu or Li Xuanyu, she looked quite pleasing over time. Yilan sat down, smiling as she watched Guan play with the Qinghong sword. Guan suddenly asked curiously, "If you encounter danger, can the Qinghong sword sense the white spirit sword?" Yilan raised her eyebrows and said, "Why, senior brother, do you want to protect me?" "Huh, how could that be possible? You know I have never fought. I would only cause trouble for you if I came." "You know that, senior brother. Anyway, if I'm in danger, don't come." "Don't worry, I'm afraid of death." "Hee, I'm afraid of death too. I want to die. I must live on. Without me, I fear someone might bully you." "Nonsense. All these years, have I ever been bullied?" "Then may senior brother live safely forever." Since Leah left, the Mystic Valley had not encountered any more dangers. When autumn arrived, Guan calculated the time and realized that a batch of medicinal herbs in the Third Medicine Valley should be mature, so he returned to the Third Medicine Valley. As he walked out of the transmission array platform, his gaze involuntarily looked towards his attic. Someone was in the attic. Shenzhen. Guan did not go directly to find Shenzhen. After all, that attic had no secrets, and the only secret, the green hero travelogue, she happened to like as well. He walked to an area and began picking herbs. Seeing the constant stream of notifications, he couldn't help but smile, feeling extremely joyful. No matter how high his cultivation level reached, seeing an increase in lifespan always made him happy. He wondered how many realms his cultivation could reach with 1,000,000 years of life. He had searched through all the books in the Outer Sect's book collection hall, but had found no record of ascension, and no one knew the true extent of this world. The bigger the world, the higher the realms must be. Just the Supreme Sect had great cultivators in the Void Crossing realm. The true inheritor who was traveling might have surpassed the Void Crossing realm, but still couldn't be invincible in the world. The path of immortal cultivation was long and arduous. Guan picked herbs while his mind wandered. After he finished picking, he turned and walked toward the attic. When he passed by Elder Tian said, "Ms. Shun has come looking for you several times." Guan nodded slightly, then continued walking. Elder Tian hesitated for a moment and said, "I have told Elder Guzong about what you mentioned. Perhaps the situation in the Outer Sect can be improved." Hearing this, Guan looked back at him with a smile and said, "Elder Tian, see, everyone has their use. You always say you're ready for the grave, yet you can help thousands of disciples in the Outer Sect. Thank you." Guan raised his hand in salute and then turned and left. Elder Tian pondered deeply, murmuring to himself, "Everyone has their use on the other side." Guan went upstairs and pushed the door open, seeing Shun Jun sitting at the desk, writing. She still wore black clothes, her face covered by a black veil, her long hair coiled into a bun, with 2 strands of hair swaying on either side of her face, giving her eyes a gentle and serene beauty. Shun Jun didn't lift her eyes, as if she didn't see Guan enter. Guan walked over, circling to her side, trying to see what she was writing. At that moment, she calmly set her pen down and put away the paper. But Guan, who had already seen part of the content, had a strange expression, hesitating to speak. Shun Jun stood up, tucked the paper in her sleeve, walked to the side, and kept her distance from Guan, smiling. "I came looking for you several times, but you were never here. Is that Outer Sect Medicine Valley so captivating?" Guan responded helplessly. "Recently, the Outer Sect is unsafe. I can't bring all my disciples away, so I have to stay and protect them since my cultivation level is higher than theirs." The reason he revealed this was to hope she would pass on the message upwards. The more people spoke, the more strength and hope there would be. With your current achievements, not to mention entering the inner sect, even go to the main city of the Supreme Sect shouldn't be difficult. Why not focus on writing books instead of dealing with these trivial matters? Shun Jun asked curiously. Guan replied, "You are the holy daughter of the Daotian sect, possessing resources unattainable by ordinary people. Why not focus on cultivating, but instead indulge in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting?" Shun Jun fell silent. Guan then began tidying up the desk. After a while, Shun Jun sighed, as expected of the person who wrote the supreme, immortal Venerable. "Indeed, only you can truly understand me in this world. If you die, I will not only lose a book to read, but also a confidant." "No, I can't let you die. Let me tell you a secret." She raised her sleeve, and the door closed with a wave. Sheets of talisman paper flew out from her sleeve, sticking to the doors and windows. Guan curiously looked at her, wondering what secret could save his life. Within the Supreme Sect, some people want to practice demon skills to break through to higher cultivation levels, to prepare for the future demon calamity. But whether these skills are viable is yet unknown, so they are using the Outer Sect cities as a trial. This matter cannot be done openly, as it would tarnish the reputation of a reputable sect, so they use the guise of capturing demon cultivators to cover it up, Shun Jun said calmly, her eyes becoming exceptionally indifferent. Guan frowned and asked, "How do you know this?" Shun Jun replied, "Because the Daotian sect is also trying this, sacrificing some lower-level disciples to ensure the sect's eternal existence is an accomplishment for generations." Hearing this, Guan felt extremely uncomfortable. What demon skill requires sacrificing disciples? Guan asked. In the world, immortal cultivation is said to defy heaven, but the higher the cultivation level, the more one can feel heavenly destiny. These demon skills are meant to help those great cultivators who can no longer break through to shatter their heavenly destiny. In short, you should give up on the medicine valley outside. Staying there does you no good because you are panning. They fear you might write something, so they don't dare tell you. Don't say I told you, Shunjin stated. Her words made Guan fall silent. The distinction between righteous and demon seemed absurd at that moment. Shunjin's eyes curved into a smile as she asked, "By the way, how do you feel about what you saw earlier in my book?" Guan's expression turned odd again. He seriously said, "Actually, Green Hero Travelogue has its flaws. Some things are not necessary to learn. Why can't they be learned? Those are the most genuine confrontations, reflecting the truest human emotions. Do you really have to write about them? Yes. But can you change the protagonist's name so he isn't called Guan?" Chapter 62. Preparing to break through. Immortal slaying sword array, what are you afraid of? There's more than one Guan in this world. Unlike you, I can't just make up characters. I need to recognize someone to be able to write a story. In my eyes, you're the most fitting for the male protagonist. The only flaw, as far as I know, is your low cultivation level. Shunjun spoke earnestly, causing Guan's face to twitch. Is this a compliment? Why does it sound like a personal attack? If I were to reveal my cultivation level, even your father wouldn't be able to match it. Guan continued to persuade, but Shunjun stubbornly refused to change the name. In the end, Shunjun proposed to exchange her name for a secret book, to which he could only agree. After Shunjun left, Guan stayed in the attic, flipping through the book she had given him. Mystic Sound Art. This was a spell of sound, capable of harming the internal organs or confusing the enemy's senses. It was quite comprehensive. Guan happened to lack such spells and could further develop in this area in the future. Once he had read the Mystic Sound Art through once, he put it into his storage bag and then got up to leave. A month later, Guan arrived at Outer Gate City. He first went to the Elixir Hall to submit this year's harvest. Elder Zhu Qinglu received him, and he noticed Zhu Qinglu looked fatigued and had a trace of demonic qi churning inside him, similar to Lu Jujia. "Elder Zhu, you don't look well. What's the matter?" Guan asked. He didn't understand how the demon skill of the outer sect was cultivated. Some people went missing. But this time, upon arriving at Outer Gate City, he found that many disciples hiddenly had traces of demonic qi within them. These disciples were almost all from different halls, not ordinary disciples. Was it collusion or a setup? He couldn't tell, and Shunjun didn't say much either. Zhu Qinglu smiled. "Cultivation, nothing serious. Don't you have a medicine valley in the inner sect? Move there quickly, don't stay in the outer sect. Lately, demon cultivators are rampant, and it's too dangerous outside." Guan cautiously asked, "Many people have told me the outer sect is very dangerous right now. If it's so dangerous, why don't they send more people to eradicate the demons? Also, what is the area under construction in the city? It's taking up nearly a quarter of the city." Just arriving at Outer Gate City, he saw numerous disciples laying stones in the center of the city. Those stones were not mortal stones. They all contained spiritual energy. To him, it seemed like a huge sacrificial platform was being set up. Zhu Qinglu nonchalantly said, "Naturally, those above have their considerations. We can't speculate. The best we can do is to protect ourselves as best as we can." As for the construction in the city, it's an array platform which can protect the outer sect in the future. Looking at him, Guan felt he didn't seem like a good person and probably knew the inside story and even benefited from it. Guan didn't ask further. After a few courtesy exchanges, he left. After leaving the Elixir Hall, Guan stood on the street, looking at the array platform under construction from afar. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the once bustling and sunny Outer Gate City appeared so gloomy, as if it were a land of the demon path. Guan stood still for a long time before turning to leave. The autumn wind swept through the streets, fluttering his clothes. The Qinghong sword at his waist swayed slightly, its scabbard glinting coldly. After leaving Outer Gate City, Guan went to manage those caves. When he arrived at Li Zuanya's cave, he found her inside. "From now on, you don't need to come here. I'm going to the inner sect. This is your reward," Li Xuanyu said, sitting by the table. With a wave of her right hand, a pile of spirit stones stacked up on the table. Guan immediately bowed, then went forward to put the spirit stones into his storage bag. He didn't say much and turned to leave. Watching his back, Li Xuanyu suddenly asked, "I heard your leg technique is quite impressive?" Guan stopped, turned to look at her, and said, "Did Senior Brotherly you say that? My leg technique can't compare to his." Recently, Li had stayed in Mystic Valley, saw Tangyu practicing the residual wind leg, and learned that Guan had once subdued Meng Lang with it. He didn't expect him to tell Li Xuanyu so quickly. "Yes, I just asked casually," Li Xuanyu said calmly. She paused, and then said, "I look forward to the day you enter the inner sect. Then we can compete." Guan, puzzled, said helplessly, "How can I compare with you, senior sister? I can't catch up with you. Go back." Li Xuanyu didn't respond to his words. Instead, she issued an order to leave. Guan could only leave. After leaving her cave, Guan didn't feel much psychological burden, as long as he never admitted it. What could Li Xuanyu do to him? At night, Guan walked through the forest. In the afternoon, he had already told Wu Xin he was going out and would return tomorrow. He said so in advance because he was preparing to break through. Once he broke through, it would inevitably cause a commotion. If disciples looked for him and found him not in his room, they might become suspicious. Since going to the Outer Gate City, Guan had felt an intense atmosphere of danger. Those in power were cultivating demon skills, and noble disciples were fleeing the outer sect. All these signs made him anxious. Although the 9th layer of the Void Crossing realm was strong, it wasn't like the Supreme Sect had no Void Crossing cultivators, so after struggling for several days, Guan decided to break through another major realm. At worst, the function of extending his lifespan by 1,000,000 years would be delayed by a year. This time, he circled far and walked 300 miles by night, stopping in a dense forest. He stopped because he sensed 2 nascent soul auras, one of which he had felt before. Zhuo Yijian, the maniac swordsman of Sanghu Lake, who had attained sword enlightenment near Mystic Valley and was injured by Gu in as the Flying Leaf Sword Immortal, had last been seen at the G Mansion. Guan had suppressed his aura to the lowest level, not afraid of being noticed by nascent soul cultivators. Miles away, above the forest, the blue clothes with Yijian stood in the air. 5 treasure swords hovered around him, showcasing the demeanor of a sword cultivator. Opposing him was a man in a large black robe, burly with a long staff, thick eyebrows and leopard eyes, with a square, stern face. His black robe billowed violently, and his domineering aura pressed the forest below to the sides. Zhuo Yijian, instead of reading books in the inner sect, "Why come to stop me?" the black-robed man asked coldly. Zhuo Yijian, expressionless, said, "Chun Xianjin, as great elder of the outer sect, you cultivate a demon skill and harm your comrades. I'm not stopping you. You've committed many injustices. I come on behalf of the heavens to take you." Chun Xianjin laughed contemptuously. "Don't you know who I am working for?" He then struck his staff against the ground, releasing circles of purple light that formed complex and mysterious formations over 100 feet in diameter. When the edge of the formation neared Zhuo Yijian, it was blocked by an invisible sword intent, making it look like a piece was missing from the formation from above. "I know, I can't deal with him, but I can deal with you. If I kill you, even if the next great elder of the outer sect continues his evil deeds, at least I can protect the outer sect disciples for some time," Zhuo Yijian said expressionlessly. The 5 treasure swords around him unsheathed simultaneously, their light illuminating the night sky. "You want to kill me?" Chun Xianjin seemed to hear the biggest joke, his face turning fierce. His aura erupted suddenly, and the forest within 10 miles swayed violently. Zui Yijian's face changed slightly, his eyes narrowing. A nascent soul of the first layer killing a nascent soul of the ninth layer? Zui Yijian, do you think just because you have your master to back you, I won't dare kill you? You walking the path of power without concealing yourself is a mistake in itself. Saving some mediocre outer sect disciples is insignificant compared to saving the entire Taizong dynasty. If you don't understand this, then you've lived in vain. Chun Xianjin stood arrogantly, his domineering aura pressing against Zui Yijian's sword shadows, causing his 5 treasure swords to tremble. He'll give you one last chance. Turn back now, and it's not too late. Either return and read your investiture of the gods, or die. The staff in Chun Xuanjin's hand emitted rolling demonic qi, forming a massive black dragon coiled around him. Zui Yijian took a deep breath and said, "Since you mentioned the investiture of the gods, do you know the Immortal Slaying Sword Array?" Immortal Slaying Sword Array. Chun Xuanjin's face changed dramatically, surprise shining in his eyes. Guan, observing from a distance, was also astonished. A single vital breath, 3 divisions. Law from the kettle, bind the vast void. Yijian chanted, his treasure swords trembling violently, quickly dispersing to form an array with a fierce aura reaching the heavens. Guan, standing under a tree, was stunned. Can someone learn Taoist sorcery from reading books? Could he be a genius? Chun Xianjin was also frightened and immediately cast a spell to attack. A fierce battle was about to erupt. The earth shook, trees fell. Guan stood unmoved, his pupils reflecting the sword light, tightly watching Zui Yijian's figure. After 10 breaths, the battle ended. Guan let out a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. Guan truly thought Zui Yijian had learned the Immortal Slaying Sword Array from the investiture of the gods. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean the investiture of the gods was real? That would be remarkable. Zui Yijian used his self-created swordsmanship, indeed powerful, enough to contend with a great cultivator of the 9th layer of the nascent soul realm, but he didn't last long. The clouds scattered, turning the forest into wasteland, dust rising. Chun Xianjin hovered in the air, gasping, face full of lingering fear, eyes scanning the dust below. He knew Zui Yijian wasn't dead yet and frowned deeply, conflicted. Though he wanted to kill Zui Yijian, reason told him that killing him might cause trouble. Though a nascent soul cultivator in the supreme sect, he was still a pawn. At this moment, a piercing sound approached, startling Chun Xianjin, who looked quickly and his pupils dilated. A cold light sped from the horizon, dispelling the dust and raising numerous leaves, like a sword cutting through time itself. In the ruins, Zui Yijian sensed something, instinctively opening his eyes. The dust above rapidly dispersed, the night sky reflected in his pupils, and amid the darkness, a bright light shone brilliantly. "It's him!" Zui Yijian's eyes widened, witnessing a leaf surrounded by sword qi pierce Chun Xuanjin's chest, blood scattering in the night sky. At this moment, Zui Yijian understood. The flying leaf sword immortal hadn't harmed him maliciously, but was guiding him. Otherwise, how could he have survived? Now, the flying leaf sword immortal saved him, making him both delighted and ashamed. Who exactly was this senior? Chapter 63 Breakthrough to the Unification Realm. After being pierced through the chest by a leaf surrounded with sword qi, Chun Xuanjin's spiritual power collapsed within his body. His eyes widened, and he was scared out of his wits. He immediately emitted his nascent soul and fled toward the sky. In the shaking forest, Guan quietly watched Chun Xianjin escape. He intentionally did not kill Chun Xianjin. Killing him would only gain him 20 or 30 years of life. It was better to let him return to intimidate the people behind him. Even if he killed Chun Xianjin now, someone else would take his place. It would not solve the root problem. If he could not intimidate them, and they threatened his mystic valley, Guan would have to take matters into his own hands. Under the black night, Gu'an's gaze was so cold. He turned and quickly disappeared into the forest. Among the ruins, Zhuejian struggled for a long time before he managed to stand up. He was covered in blood and dirt, looking extremely battered. He called out loudly for the seniors, but no one responded. He had to sit cross-legged and cultivate his energy to heal on the spot. Meanwhile, Guan moved quickly, traveling thousands of miles before he finally stopped. He was still hiding in the forest. He lifted his robe, sat down in front of a tree, and then summoned his attribute panel. Seeing his over 100,000 years of lifespan, he took a deep breath. The void crossing realms tribulation crossing. Who knew how many times he would fail? But he had already made up his mind. No matter how many times he failed, he must break through. Otherwise, he would not feel secure. First, invest 10,000 years of lifespan. You invested 10,000 years of lifespan into your cultivation level for evolution and cultivation. You cultivated energy absorption for 100 years. You used the great accomplishment of Yang, wood primordial skill, to forcibly break through to the unification realm and started the tribulation crossing. You did not withstand the 5 elements God, thunder, heavenly tribulation, and failed. You cultivated energy absorption for 400 years. You used the great accomplishment of Yang, wood primordial skill, to forcibly break through to the unification realm and started the tribulation crossing. You did not withstand the 5 elements God, thunder, heavenly tribulation, and failed. The failures began to pile up. Every 300 years, he attempted a tribulation crossing. No wonder the Supreme Sect cultivated demon skills to break through heavenly destiny. This realm was truly difficult to break through. After 10 consecutive failures, Gu'an's heart began to tremble. Is it this difficult? He had cultivated the infinite, traceless, mystic heaven step, great yin-yang transformation, and mastered 2 divine skills. Yet it was still so hard to cross the tribulation. Guan noticed that most of his tribulations were related to the 5 elements. Could it be that his tribulations were much harder than others? After core formation, Leah once said that tribulations are categorized. Different cultivators face different tribulations, mainly related to their aptitude and cultivation techniques. Gu'an's eyes sharpened. No matter how difficult it is, he must succeed. The heavens don't fail those who pay with lifespan. You cultivated energy absorption for 5,400 years. You used the great accomplishment of Yang, wood primordial skill, to forcibly break through to the unification realm and started the tribulation crossing. You did not withstand the 5 elements God, thunder, heavenly tribulation, and failed. You cultivated energy absorption for 5,700 years. You used the great accomplishment of Yang, wood primordial skill, to forcibly break through to the unification realm and started the tribulation crossing. You did not withstand the 5 elements God, thunder, heavenly tribulation, and failed. The failure prompts kept coming. Guan hurriedly checked his attribute panel, looking at his lifespan. He felt a bit relieved. He still had confidence. However, even after 10,000 years had passed, he had not succeeded. His mentality almost broke. He hurriedly invested another 1,200 years. Failure, 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 failure. Gu'an's eyes turned red. He invested another 1,200 years. Failure, failure, success. You cultivated energy absorption for 900 years. You used the great accomplishment of Yang, wood primordial skill, to forcibly break through to the unification realm and started the tribulation crossing. You withstood the 5 elements God, thunder, heavenly tribulation, and succeeded. You broke through to the first layer of the unification realm. You cultivated energy absorption for 1,200 years. Your cultivation level has increased. It was a success. Guan let out a long breath. It took him 12,400 years to succeed. Although the lifespan consumed by the evolution of life span surpassed real-world cultivation, he still felt the pressure. The unification realm was already like this. What about the realms afterward? But then he thought, considering his initial aptitude, Reaching the unification realm before 50 was incredible. It was not lifespan being consumed, just numbers. Guin adjusted his mindset, activated the lifespan barrier, and prepared to enjoy the improvement in his cultivation level. Spiritual energy began to seep out of the ground, appearing at a visible speed. In less than 3 breaths, the ground appeared in a cyan wave, which would attribute spiritual energy. Spiritual energy surged into his body, stirring up a whirlwind around him. The momentum began to grow larger. Guin felt that this time's commotion would surpass previous ones. Although it seemed like only breaking through one realm, the spiritual energy required for this one realm was incomparable to previous realms. As spiritual energy entered his body, Guin's cultivation level began to rise, and at the same time, insights into the unification realm emerged in his mind, as if he had truly experienced years of cultivation. In the outer gate city, in a mansion, Chun Xuanjin's nascent soul floated in front of table. His face was gloomy, and he stared intensely at the ancient bronze mirror in front of him. Soon, a blurry face reflected in the mirror, and a cold voice emerged. "So late. What do you want to see me about?" "I was almost killed by the flying leaf sword Immortal. Enzor he stopped our grand plan." Chun Xianjin gritted his teeth, his tone filled with unwillingness and a trace of fear. Being pierced by that flying leaf gave Chun Xianjin a feeling of facing death. He was extremely scared now. He felt that if he had reacted even a little slower, he would have perished completely. The person in the mirror fell silent upon hearing this. Chun Xianjin did not disturb him, quietly waiting. After a while, Chun Xianjin seemed to sense something, and his face changed dramatically. "The spiritual energy is sinking again," Chun Xianjin quickly said, looking toward the door as if afraid the flying leaf sword Immortal would come for him. "Tomorrow, I will come to the outer sect myself," the person in the mirror said, and with these words, the image in the mirror disappeared. Chun Xianjin turned to look outside the window. The clouds in the sky gradually covered the bright moon, as if doom was descending, making his heart even more fearful. Not only did he feel the sinking of spiritual energy, but the entire outer gate city was also alarmed. More and more disciples flew into the sky. Recently, demon cultivators ran rampant, with disciples disappearing from time to time. Tonight, with the sudden sinking of spiritual energy, who would not panic? Yilan flew toward the law enforcement hall. Along the way, she encountered Lu Jujia, flying on his sword from the opposite direction. Both stopped simultaneously. Lu Jujia's face was stern. Seeing Yilan, he hesitated. Yilan's expression remained cold. "Is this your doing again?" Lu Jujia shook his head. "No, the demon extermination hall has already ordered a state of vigilance. This time it might really be a demon cultivator invasion." "Really?" Yilan asked in a sarcastic tone. Lu Jujia frowned. Yilan continued. "Senior brother Lu, do you really think this path is right? They can be cruel to other disciples. Are you sure they will never turn against you?" Lu Jujia countered. "If not this path, then what path? Like you, joining the law enforcement hall that can be disbanded at any time." The two looked into each other's eyes, full of conflict. Eventually, they brushed past each other without saying more harsh words. Dark clouds swirled, and a huge inverted vortex appeared in the night sky, vast and wide. The forest below undulated like waves, extremely oppressive. In a forest, in a hidden spot where no one could see, Guin was still sitting in meditation. An entire hour had passed, but his cultivation level was still increasing, not yet breaking through to the unification realm. The spiritual energy needed for the unification realm was truly enormous, far beyond Guin's expectations. How terrifying would it be to cross the tribulation in reality at such a realm? He suddenly felt that failing the evolutions many times did not matter. After all, in real life, failing once could mean death. Guin felt the surging spiritual power within him, unable to remain calm. Having such massive spiritual power at the unification realm What kind of power would a true immortal possess? He fell into infinite reverie. Earth spirit energy frantically poured into his body, and green waves of spiritual energy emerged from the ground. It felt as if he was in an ocean. Outside the lifespan barrier, the forest shook violently. More and more cultivators flew over Guan's head, but no one noticed his presence. The effects he caused were not limited to this. Accurately, the whole Supreme Sect was affected. The forests outside all outer cities were shaking, causing the cultivators of Supreme Sect to feel anxious. This was not the first time Guan had experienced this, so he was not panicking. On the contrary, he found it somewhat amusing. They want to cultivate demon skills and sacrifice outer disciples. Let's see how panicked they become. Guan was dissatisfied with the notion of sacrificing a few to save many. Not because he was particularly honorable, but because he was among those being sacrificed. Time continued to pass. More and more cultivators flew over Guan's head, and he kept using the lifespan detection. More than 10 Divinity Transformation Realm cultivators had passed by, and he even saw void-crossing realm cultivators. Indeed, the Supreme Sect was full of hidden experts. With more and more void-crossing realm cultivators passing by, Guan even spotted an ancient ancestor. The demeanor of the patrolling ancient ancestor was extremely strong, unlike the gentleness shown toward Guan. The overwhelming pressure made all things tremble. This night was destined to be restless. Another half an hour passed, and Guan finally broke through to the unification realm, transforming his entire perception. He felt that his body and his primordial spirit were more in harmony. The process of his primordial spirit emerging from the body became much easier, and his control over both his body and primordial spirit had greatly improved compared to before. This feeling was so wonderful, so much so that he could not describe it. After reaching the unification realm, Guan's spiritual power also began to change, becoming stronger and more abundant. The range of his divine sense increased tremendously, but he did not intentionally search, fearing he might disturb the great cultivators passing overhead. The number of void-crossing realm great cultivators had already exceeded 10. Guan even saw a great cultivator with the G surname. No wonder the G family dared to open a mansion in the Supreme Sect. This person had not appeared during Ji Xiaoyu's banquet before. A little more than half an hour later, Guan's spiritual power growth began to slow down. This indicated that the breakthrough was near its end. Guan's mind gradually calmed down. This lifespan barrier already consumed more than 1,000 years, but he did not feel any regret. After all, the barrier helped him avoid detection by over 100 great cultivators. The great cultivators he identified were at least at the nascent soul realm. And this was just one direction of the Supreme Sect. How many great cultivators would there be when counting those overseeing the other 7 outer gate cities? What reassured Guan was that he did not see any unification realm great cultivators for the time being. Although this could not completely prove that the Supreme Sect did not have any unification realm great cultivators, it at least indicated that the unification realm was at the top level within the Supreme Sect. Chapter 64. Heavenly Repair Platform. Mysterious big formation, the morning sun pierced through the mountains and rivers, swept over the outer gate city, and countless disciples were flying in and out, busy and oppressed. In a mansion, Chun Zuanjin's nascent soul floated inside the hall. He lowered his head, full of tension. In front of him, a man sat on the high seat, dressed in a dragon-patterned black robe, his face young and handsome. However, the majesty between his eyebrows gave him a sense of oppression that did not match his appearance. His long hair was coiled under a silver crown with Qilin carvings, exuding an air of supremacy just by sitting there. Your brother was killed by the demon cultivators of the 1,000 Autumn Pavilion. Now you are seriously injured by the flying leaf sword Immortal. Do you think Sui Yijian's master might have something to do with the 1,000 Autumn Pavilion? The black-robed man spoke slowly. His tone was calm, as if talking about a trivial matter. Chun Xianjin quickly raised his head and said, "It's possible. It's not uncommon for the Thousand Autumn Pavilion to place spies in the Supreme Sect. Didn't you say that the high levels definitely have spies from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion? Now one of them has emerged. Offendings with Yijian would certainly bring endless trouble. If he could overthrow Zui Yijian's backer, Chun Xianjin would not fear Zui Yijian." The black-robed man squinted, his eyes falling on Chun Xianjin, scaring him into lowering his head quickly. The hall fell silent again. After a long time, the black-robed man said in a deep voice, "Prepare the formation, just in time for the recent disturbance from the demon cultivators. After this, the blame can be placed on the Thousand Autumn Pavilion." Chun Xianjin hurriedly said, "But in my current state, I'm afraid. This time, I'll handle it personally." "What? No, it can't be done. Whether this plan will succeed is still uncertain. The Daotian sect is also waiting for us to try it. Nothing in this world is guaranteed to succeed. The path of immortal cultivation is one that treads through thorns. This plan has been in the making for 100 years. The Supreme Sect must proceed. We cannot let those in the shadows sabotage our grand scheme. You need not persuade me further." Hearing this, Chun Xianjin could only suppress his worries and agree to the matter. On the other side, Mystic Valley, Guan was leading the disciples through practice. The commotion of the previous night had left them restless, so they were chatting in small groups. Tang Yu asked, "Master, why are you back so soon?" The others looked at Gu and snorted. "Didn't you feel the disturbance last night?" "I returned quickly because I was afraid something might happen to you." Upon hearing this, all the disciples felt ashamed, thinking they were too weak and always worried their master. Xiuchuan anxiously said, "Senior brother, why don't you go to the Inner Sect's Medicine Valley? We could disband and find our own ways in the outer gate. That way, you'll be safe." He was not afraid of death. He just did not want Guan to be too overworked. Guan had already reached the Foundation establishment realm, with a future they could not compare to. Why should he be constantly worried for their safety? Guan said, "If you want to go to the outer gate city, you are free to go, but I must remind you, the outer gate isn't necessarily safer than Mystic Valley. Disciples often go missing in the city. This is neither a threat nor a hint. I respect your choice, whether you stay or leave. The bond of Mystic Valley remains." He spoke from the heart. He pursued longevity and was prepared to face countless partings in the future. He had long since prepared himself not to concern himself with others' fates. Unless someone truly made him reluctant to part, he would follow his heart. Hearing his words, the disciples fell silent, looking at each other. Wuxin hesitated to speak, but held back. Why leave? Becoming servant disciples elsewhere, who will make elixirs for us like the Master. Mystic Valley doesn't need so many servant disciples, but the Master still took us in without reducing our benefits. We must not forget our gratitude. Tang Yu was the first to speak. His greatest regret was not rushing to the front like Su Han during Qiu Qianli's chaos. In those days, Su Han chased after him. Now Su Han had reached Foundation establishment, while he still didn't know if he could ever reach it. This gap began at that calamity. Tang Yu did not resent Guan, only felt ashamed. He vowed to perform well and regain Guan's favor. As he spoke, the other disciples chimed in, the atmosphere becoming lively, not as oppressive as before. Guan smiled and then called the disciples to continue their exercises. After they had just finished, Yilan came. Confirming Guan's safety, she quickly left. Guan stood by the window, looking towards the direction of the outer gate city. There were still great cultivators flying occasionally, but not as many as the previous night. Guan's divine sense could easily span thousands of miles, peeking into the outer gate city, which was far from the limits of his divine sense. He saw the huge array platform being accelerated in construction. Some disciples had even started transporting spirit stones. He silently watched, unable to discern what formation the array platform was for. The matter of the sinking spiritual energy caused turmoil within the Supreme Sect, and the tense atmosphere lasted nearly 10 days before easing. Guan was affected. Several outer disciples were relocating their caves, losing him channels for collecting life energy. These outer disciples were clearly fleeing the outer gate city. Guan was not disappointed. He now had 3 pieces of the Medicine Valley, with increasing life energy in the future. He was even preparing to expand the 3rd Medicine Valley. He was now just waiting for the matter of the outer gate to end quickly, as long as it did not threaten his Mystic Valley or the few people he cared about. He was disinclined to meddle in the Supreme Sect schemes. As Shenzhen had said, even the top sect of the Great Yu dynasty, the Daotian sect, was engaged in such activities. Why should he force interference? He did not have such a strong sense of justice to save all. The world had too much suffering. Could he save it all? Besides, such matters were difficult to manage. If he forcefully disrupted the Supreme Sect's plan, and later the Supreme Sect faced a great calamity with demons impossible to withstand, he would be blamed. Everyone in the Supreme Sect would hold him accountable. After all, apart from the sacrifices, others were beneficiaries. Even those saved might resent him, thinking they wouldn't have been sacrificed without his intervention. He couldn't keep saving groups of people endlessly, shouldering the mission of rescuing the world. Just thinking about it tired him. Time continued to pass. That day, Guan went to Tianya Valley, first harvesting the matured medicinal herbs, then leading 3 monkey demons to sow the seeds. Luo Han walked over from behind and said, "A month ago, the Earth's spiritual energy sunk. Many great cultivators from the Supreme Sect patrolled everywhere, and someone even passed over Tianya Valley. What exactly happened in the Supreme Sect?" Guan casually responded, "It seems there was an invasion by demon cultivators. By the way, Liu was injured by demon cultivators earlier and is now recuperating in the inner sect." Luo Han frowned deeply at this news, then turned and left, walking into the mountains and forests. After that, Gu An's divine sense saw him casting on some talisman paper. Once his spiritual power poured into it, the talisman paper burned into ashes quickly. Guin, already at the unification realm, could sharply detect a trace of Luo Han's spiritual power fleeing towards the sky, moving at an incredible speed. It seemed Luo Han was informing Li Xiandao. Guan didn't think much about it, continuing his sowing. After sowing was done, he gave some instructions to the 3 monkey demons before leaving Tianya Valley. He cared more about the construction and development of the Medicine Valley rather than those schemes. Directing his efforts here was the main task. Thick clouds covered the sky, and the outer gate city was crowded. Suhan and Zhenqin stood before stone steel. Suhan read, "Heavenly Repair Platform." Following Zhenqin's gaze, they saw an imposing array platform dozens of miles long and wide ahead of them. Statues of ancient immortals stood at the edges in various postures. In the center of the Heavenly Repair Platform stood 100 zhang-high stone pillar, square and engraved with complex veins resembling human meridians, exuding mysterious signs. "Senior brother, what is the purpose of this Heavenly Repair Platform? Why did the sect summon all the outer disciples back, and why must we gather on the platform tomorrow?" Zhenqin asked, her brows furrowed with dissatisfaction. Suhan looked at the Heavenly Repair Platform, speaking softly, "I don't know either. It might be related to the spiritual energy sinking a month ago." The streets behind them were bustling with people. Many disciples stopped to discuss the Heavenly Repair Platform, equally perplexed. Many disciples witnessing it for the first time were amazed by the size of the platform. How strong would the formation be if such a large array platform were activated? Unable to get an answer, Zhenqin turned her head in another direction and briefly saw a familiar figure. But upon closer inspection, she saw no one, as if she had mistaken. "Strange," Zhenqin muttered. Not far away, in a crowd of people, Jiang Xiong walked forward in a blue dress, her eyes sideways towards the Heavenly Repair Platform, expressionless. A hunchbacked old man walked beside her, leaning on a cane, only reaching her shoulder. "Miss, this array platform is not simple. There might be a major event tomorrow. Should we stay?" The hunchbacked old man asked. He was not the only one. Many disciples around were worried, with various speculations. Jiang Qiong remained expressionless and replied, "Indeed, it is not simple. The restrictions within the array platform are exceptionally complex. It would take decades to deduce. But since we are here, we must see it tomorrow." The hunchbacked old man looked at her, sighing. "Miss, you have changed a lot. Do you not have any attachments in this supreme sect?" "I do. Hence why I asked you to come." "Haha, looks like these old bones of mine will be tested again." They chatted casually, without mentioning the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, so no one suspected their identities. Meanwhile, on the other side of the heavenly repair platform, in a 9-story pavilion, 2 figures stood by the building edge, both appearing young. One of them was the black-robed man, Chun Zuanjin's backer. The black-robed man looked down at the heavenly repair platform, eyes deep, lost in thought. The young man beside him asked, "Master, most of the outer gate disciples in this city should have returned. Should we also gather servant disciples from nearby medicine valleys, beast fields, and mines?" That voice was indeed Chun Xinjin. He had seized the body of a young disciple. The black-robed man said softly, "No need. Having too many servant disciples would dilute the purity of cultivation." Chapter 65. Demon-Suppressing Umbrella, Qinghong's Trembling. One night passed, and by dawn the next day, more and more outer disciples entered the outer gate city. Disciples of the Demon Extermination Hall and Law Enforcement Hall began to guard each city gate, checking the identity cards of every disciple entering the city. Many disciples were already sitting in meditation on the heavenly repair platform, waiting. Su Han and Jun Qin stood at the edge, looking out with furrowed brows. "Senior brother, I feel something is off. Should we leave?" Jun Qin whispered. She had been cultivating a technique taught by Jiang Qiong, making her keenly perceptive. The Demon Extermination Hall disciples, standing at the edge of the heavenly repair platform, made her uncomfortable, triggering a primal urge to flee. Suhan also sensed something was wrong, so he nodded and led his junior sister away. The two moved against the flow. It wasn't just them. Some other disciples also sensed something amiss and wanted to leave the outer gate city, but most chose to trust the Supreme Sect. They made their way to the city gates, only to be stopped by the Demon Extermination Hall disciples. Today, entry was allowed, but exit was not. Suhan glanced at the large flags standing along the city walls, frowning again. These flags hadn't been there when they entered the city yesterday. "Junior sister, it'll distract them, and you prepare to escape," Suhan said using the sound transmission skill. Jinqin instinctively looked at him upon hearing this. At that moment, Suhan suddenly drew his sword and dashed towards the city gate. "How dare you!" The disciple guarding the gate shouted angrily. Without needing a command, the surrounding Demon Extermination Hall disciples immediately took action. Jinqin wanted to support Suhan, but saw that he was surrounded. If she helped now, she would surely be captured along with him, which would only waste his efforts. She immediately made her way towards the gate, but nearly 100 Demon Extermination Hall disciples were in front of it, with more on the walls, making escape difficult. Jinqin rushed towards the area with the fewest people. At the same time, other disciples attempting to leave the city also began to act, creating chaos in front of the gate. The weakest of the Demon Extermination Hall disciples were at the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment Realm. Suhan was quickly pinned to the ground, unable to move. He struggled to raise his head and saw Jinqin injured and on the ground, making his eyes redden with anger. The one who had hurt Jinqin was a female disciple dressed in the black robes of the Demon Extermination Hall. She walked in from outside the city, blocking the gate, and coldly scanned the crowd. "Today we're investigating demon path spies. Anyone who tries to leave proves they're affiliated with the demon path." Upon hearing this, the anxious disciples visibly relaxed. It turned out to be an investigation of demon path spies, which explained the grand setup. They were only worried that the Supreme Sect might be up to something else. If it was just about catching demon cultivators, they had nothing to fear and were confident in their innocence. Suhan, Zhenqin, and the other disciples who had acted were sealed with talisman papers that blocked their spiritual power and then escorted to the heavenly repair platform by Demon Extermination Hall disciples. By noon, all city gates of the outer gate city were closed. A resonant bell rang out, and a commanding voice echoed throughout the city. All disciples must immediately gather at the heavenly repair platform. Disciples from various streets began to head towards the platform, where tens of thousands were already standing. The news that the outer gate was investigating Demon Path spies had spread, giving peace of mind to those who weren't spies, and some even continued their chi absorption cultivation on the platform. Yilan arrived at the edge of the heavenly repair platform with disciples of the law enforcement hall. Just as she was about to step onto the platform, she noticed a row of disciples kneeling on the ground from afar, held down, and recognized Suhan and Zhenqin, both with disheveled hair and blood-stained mouths, clearly having just fought. She did not act rashly but withdrew her gaze, pondering how to rescue the two disciples. After much thought, she reluctantly acknowledged that Lu Jujia was her only possible ally. The law enforcement hall had been entirely suppressed by the Demon Extermination Hall. Even the hall master couldn't take anyone from their hands. Yilan couldn't help but worry about Guin, hoping he hadn't entered the city. She felt that today's events involved more than just catching demon cultivators. As a law enforcement hall disciple, she couldn't simply flee due to suspicion. Deep down, she still held some trust in the Supreme Sect, believing that such actions by the Demon Extermination Hall could only occur in secret. In the distance, Jiang Xiong and a hunched elder stood at a window in a pavilion, alongside some inner sect disciples who did not head to the heavenly repair platform, but were curious about the outer gate's actions. Last night, a powerful divine sense swept the city. Its cultivation level is likely beyond the divinity transformation realm. The hunched elder spoke with a heavy tone, frowning. Beyond divinity transformation? Jiang Qiong squinted her eyes. The hunched elder continued to ask, "Miss, can you tell me why you are here?" Jiang Qiong looked toward the distant heavenly repair platform and said, "To kill a traitor." "A traitor?" The hunched elder looked puzzled. Time continued to pass. When a number of disciples on the heavenly repair platform exceeded 100,000, it still seemed spacious. Lu Jujia stood at the edge, scanning the disciples on the platform. The murderous intent in his brows grew stronger, giving off a dangerous aura. Yilan approached, and upon seeing her, Lu Jujia frowned. "Suhan and Zhenqin were captured by your people. Can you let them go?" Yilan asked softly. Though she had already severed ties with Lu Jujia, she had to lower herself for the two juniors. If she were the victim, she could choose death, but those two were Gu An's disciples, and she couldn't abandon them completely. Lu Jujia's frown deepened upon hearing this, but he still nodded slightly. "Thank you." Yilan turned to leave after speaking. Lu Jujia watched her departing figure, wanted to say more, but ultimately only sighed and went to look for Suhan and Zhenqin. Half an hour later, he brought Suhan and Zhenqin back to where he was standing. Zhenqin cautiously asked, "Marshal Uncle Lu, is this really just about catching Demon Path spies?" Lu Jujia nodded lightly without speaking. Zhenqin sighed in relief and said no more, while Suhan observed Lu Jujia, feeling something was wrong with him. Suddenly, a red umbrella rose from behind a large building on the east side of the heavenly repair platform, quickly flying to the center above the platform, drawing many gazes. The red umbrella opened, releasing white jade beads that dangled on thin threads, swinging and clattering against each other, producing a clear sound. With a boom, the red umbrella erupted with powerful spiritual power, a faint golden light spreading and quickly covering the entire outer gate city, connecting with the flags on the city walls. Everyone in the city looked up, some curious, others fearful. A figure appeared out of thin air beneath the red umbrella, a man in black robes. "I am Chu Xian, an elder of the Supreme Sect's main city. I am here to cleanse the outer gate of Demon Path spies," the black-robed man named Chu Xian announced. As his words fell, the vast void-crossing realm aura enveloped the entire outer gate, letting everyone feel his immense power. Elon looked up at the high and mighty Chu Xian from the crowd, her eyes full of shock. What kind of cultivation could produce such a presence? Not only her, but Lu Jujia, Su Han, and Zhen Qin were also stunned. Most outer disciples looked at Chu Xian as if he were an immortal, awestruck and reverent. The Demon Extermination Hall has captured many demon path spies over the years, but there are still demon cultivators causing harm. We will first investigate the Demon Extermination Hall. Chu Xian's voice was cold and indifferent. As his words ended, the red umbrella above him shook, emitting an eerie sound that echoed throughout the city. Lu Jujia's expression changed drastically. Clutching his chest with both hands, he fell to his knees with a thud. Not only him, but all the surrounding Demon Extermination Hall disciples did the same. Some even screamed in agony. "Martial Uncle Lu, what's wrong?" Zhen Qin asked urgently, extremely nervous. Lu Jiujia felt as if countless bugs were biting him all over, the pain excruciating. He couldn't respond, only signaling Zhen Qin and Su Han to stay away with his hand. The outer disciples on the platform looked towards the outer edge where the Demon Extermination Hall disciples were, murmuring in alarm. "The magic artifact above me is the Demon Suppressing Umbrella. Under its light, demonic chi is cleansed, and anyone practicing demon skills will turn to blood." Chu Xian's voice echoed once more. The Heavenly Repair platform erupted. Could the Demon Extermination Hall really be full of demon cultivators? The Demon Extermination Hall had captured countless people over the years, making many despise them. Now, knowing they were demon cultivators, how could anyone not be furious? Shouts and curses rang out. Lu Jujia was in unbearable pain, his forehead pressing against the ground, his body trembling. "Damn it! I knew it." Lu Jujia gritted his teeth, his face twisted in agony. He couldn't mobilize his inner spiritual power, and his heart plunged into unprecedented fear. Black chi emanated from him, rising into the air. It wasn't just him. Other Demon Extermination Hall disciples also emitted black chi that quickly ascended, converging towards the demon-suppressing umbrella. Elon stepped out from the crowd, seeing Lu Jujia's painful state. She hurriedly approached, taking out an elixir from her storage bag and feeding it to Lu Jujia. This sight caused other disciples to start cursing her, but she remained unfazed. However, her elixir proved ineffective. Junior's sister, run." Lu Jujia spoke with immense effort, each word seeming to drain him completely. After the word run, he spat out a large mouthful of black blood. "What's going on?" Elon asked sternly, pausing briefly before quickly saying, "I can't escape now. Unless the truth is revealed and we fight with the whole sect, there's only a slim chance of survival." Lu Jujia couldn't respond, his hand trembling as he raised his right hand, pointing towards the sky. Elon turned her head and saw that he was pointing at Chu Xian in the sky. "Next, we will inspect the demon path spies on the platform." Chu Xian's voice sounded, causing the noisy platform to fall silent. At that moment, even disciples confident in their innocence felt a bit of panic. The demon-suppressing umbrella swayed again, and its eerie sound made everyone's hearts tremble. Elon seemed to feel something, quickly looking down. The ground of the Heavenly Repair platform was covered in dense blood patterns resembling some strange script. Her feet were right on a blood pattern, an evil force drilling in her body and forcibly sealing her spiritual power, leaving her immobile. She trembled all over, and her white spirit sword at her waist rang out as well. All the disciples on the platform knelt in unison, like rising and falling waves. They, too, were on top of dense blood patterns. I never expected the demon path to infiltrate so deeply, given that this outer gate has no reason to exist. Chu Xian's voice descended from the sky, icy cold, plunging everyone into an abyss. In Mystic Valley, inside a pavilion. Guan was writing a book when the desk suddenly trembled, causing him to stop. His gaze shifted to the Qinghong sword placed on the desk beside him. The Qinghong sword was vibrating violently, the blade seemingly trying to leap out of its sheath, accompanied by faint bird-like chirps. Looking at the Qinghong sword, Gu An's expression changed. Chapter 66. The Sword That Fell from the Sky. On the heavenly repair platform, tens of thousands of disciples knelt. Blood runes surged beneath their feet, transforming into wisps of blood energy that coiled around their bodies. Elder, I'm not a demonic infiltrator. You are the demon. Traitor, you will die a horrible death. Ridiculous. So many demon spies. What a grand joke. I never thought the Supreme Sect could be so dark. And they claim to be the #1 righteous sect of Taizong. It won't be long before the Taizong dynasty is annihilated too. Chu Xian, even if I die, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Such actions, do you not fear the wrath of gods and men and the retribution that follows? Crying, begging, cursing, all kinds of sounds filled the outer gate city. In the center of the heavenly repair platform, within the stone pillars, grooves began to fill with blood from the bottom up, as if veins were flooding, a scene of eerie horror. Rolling dark clouds surged in from all directions, rapidly covering the sky above the outer gate city, plunging the city into darkness. A faint golden light shield emitted from the demon-suppressing umbrella began to manifest, enveloping the entire city. Those disciples not on the heavenly repair platform tried to flee but could not break through. Yilan trembled, trying to stand up, but she couldn't. Feeling her spiritual power being drained away, her eyes were full of terror and despair. Suhan and Jinqin beside her were in the same state, unable to speak, only able to wait in hopelessness for death to come. In the distance, inside the pavilion, a hunchbacked old man gazed at the figure of Chu Xian, his face heavy, saying, I never expected him to become this powerful. The talent of the Supreme Sect is truly extraordinary. How many years has it been? Jiang Xiong's eyes also showed signs of fear. Merely facing the pressure from Chu Xian, she dared not act rashly. The gap was too vast. I see. The legendary Heaven and Earth Nirvana array. Jiang Xiong muttered to herself. Hearing this, the hunchbacked old man looked at her, saying, Mistress, this array is likely to threaten us. We should withdraw immediately. Jiang Xiong nodded. Her target was not Chu Xian. His appearance was unexpected, especially the Heaven and Earth Nirvana array, which had a great impact on her. The two immediately turned around, preparing to leave the outer gate city. Boom! Thunder rolled through the dark clouds in the sky, like a roaring heavenly god, oppressive and loud. Chu Xian looked up, his expression calm. After just a glance, his gaze returned to the city. Looking at the tens of thousands of struggling disciples below, his eyes showed a trace of compassion. For the eternal prosperity of the Supreme Sect, making a sacrifice is not in vain for your lifetime of cultivation. He muttered, seeming to comfort himself. The compassion in his eyes gradually disappeared, his gaze becoming indifferent. He raised his hand, grabbing the demon-suppressing umbrella, preparing to increase the force and refine the cultivation of all the disciples on the platform in one go. Yilan was already lying on the ground. She painfully raised her eyes to look under the billowing thunderclouds. Chu Xian's figure was so terrifying. But at that moment, she saw not Chu Xian, but another figure. She worried that Guan wouldn't escape this calamity. Regret filled her heart. She should have sought Guan yesterday, to let him leave the Supreme Sect early. Today's actions were against the heavens and humanity. Chu Xian would surely kill all the servant disciples belonging to this outer gate city. More and more blood-colored runes covered her body, like chains, pulling her tightly, as if they wanted to drag her into the ground. An unprecedented exhaustion surged toward her like a raging tide, her eyelids trembling as they shut. The white spirit sword at her waist continued to tremble, seemingly anxious for its master. Just then, Elon seemed to feel something. Instinctively opening her eyes, sunlight shone on her face. Not only her, the other tormented disciples also opened their eyes because the sky suddenly brightened. The bloodied Lu Jiujia could only look at the sky with his remaining vision. Under his gaze, the rolling thunderclouds above had been dispersed. From the cloud waves at the horizon, it was obvious they had been driven away by some powerful force. Jiang Xiong and the hunchbacked old man, who were quickly moving through the streets, saw it more clearly. They turned to look and then stopped. Above the demon-suppressing umbrella, outside the faint golden light shield, a sword hovered. The sword was enveloped in sword chi, obscuring its blade, but it was evident it was a long, slender sword. Chu Xian raised his head, moving the demon-suppressing umbrella, his brows furrowed. "Ooh!" His voice echoed with a hint of tension. That single word brought hope to everyone in the city, those trapped on the heavenly repair platform, showing looks full of hope. Boom! A formidable sword intent burst from the sword shadow in the sky, crushing the faint golden light shield over the entire city in an instant. Chu Xian's expression changed dramatically. He immediately channeled spiritual power into the demon-suppressing umbrella, which shook violently, releasing a powerful force to counter the sword chi. Combined, Chu Xian's eyes widened. Just as he uttered a syllable, the sword shadow plummeted with overwhelming dominance, scattering the vast power of the demon-suppressing umbrella, shattering it, and piercing through his body. Like a falling star, the sword's shadow descended, landing on the heavenly repair platform, its blade embedding in the stone, vibrating incessantly. The formidable sword intent burst forth, scattering all the blood-colored runes on the platform, shattering the massive stone pillar instantaneously. The sword intent swept past Yilan's body, causing her robes to flutter, giving her a sense of awakening from a nightmare. Suhan and Zhenqin felt the same. They quickly stood up. More and more disciples broke free from their restraints, standing up and turning to look at the sword shadow in the center of the platform. To them, the sword was not fearful, for it had saved their lives. Someone looked up to see Chu Xian still floating in the air, holding the umbrella handle of the demon-suppressing umbrella, his body trembling, blood pouring from his 7 orifices uncontrollably. "Why?" Chu Xian stammered, but before he could finish, his body erupted in bursts of sword light, soon turning to ashes, not even his primordial spirit escaping. The sky followed with a dim yellow light, as if dusk had arrived. How is this possible? He was in the void, crossing realm. The hunchbacked old man's eyes widened, his tone filled with terror. Jiang Xiong's composure also faltered. Chu Xian already surpassed the divinity transformation realm. What level of cultivation was needed to slay Chu Xian with a single sword? Following her gaze, a pillar of energy fell from the sky, connecting to the heavenly repair platform, seemingly splitting the entire world in two. That was sword chi. In this world, such a sword cultivator had been born. At that moment, Jiang Xiong felt very insignificant, also very mediocre. The century of injury seemed to have eliminated her from the immortal cultivation world. Meanwhile, the third Medicine Valley, under a large tree, Elder Tian gazed towards the direction of the outer gate city. Even from a great distance, he saw the pillar of sword chi above the heavenly repair platform. Unification, Elder Tian muttered, his voice heard only by himself. On the mountain top at the edge of the Medicine Valley, Yin stood against the wind. A strong gust suddenly blew. Pulling his robes backward, he held a long spear, his posture as steady as a pine, unmoved. He squinted, looking at the pillar of sword chi in the distance, filled with wonder. Dozens of miles away, Shun Jun stood on a cliff. Behind her was the entrance to her cave. The wind blew her black robes and veil, revealing the lower half of her face intermittently. In her pupils reflected the pillar of sword chi, her eyes full of curiosity. Supreme Sect still hid such sword cultivators. She couldn't help but think of the flying leaf sword immortal, plucking leaves and killing nascent souls, How high was his realm? No one knew, not even who he truly was. Elon stood at the edge of the heavenly repair platform. In front of her were tens of thousands of disciples. She couldn't see the sword shadow, surrounded by the sea of people, but her eyes turned unconsciously to the white spirit sword at her waist. The sword continued to tremble slightly. Her eyes revealed a complex expression. At that moment, the outer disciples stepped back, making a thunderous noise. Yilan's attention was caught by a sharp sound. It was the sound of the sword blade grinding against stone. She immediately leapt, stepping on her flying sword, ascending into the sky. Not only her, but tens of thousands of disciples did the same, scattering into the air, creating an immensely spectacular sight. All who reached the sky widened their eyes, for they saw the sword shadow that had killed Chu Xian moving swiftly, the blade still embedded in the platform stone, sliding all the way, sparks flying, sword intent spreading. Elder Lu Chong of the book collection Hall frowned deeply, reciting, "Righteous path." When the sword shadow finished carving the last stroke, it flew up, brushing past the heads of all disciples, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. Everyone turned their heads to look at the heavenly repair platform. At its center were two large characters engraved. Righteous path, the strokes filled with vigor, exuding extreme sharpness and an aura of death. Jiang Xiong and the hunchbacked old man also flew into the air. Seeing those two characters, the two demon cultivators from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion were also deeply shaken. Taitsong Righteous Path, committing to demonic deeds, but ultimately stopped by a mysterious sword cultivator who left behind the two characters, Righteous Path. What did this signify? The Supreme Sect might have its dark sides, but it also had great cultivators with a heart for justice. Jiang Xiong always near the name of the Righteous Path of the Supreme Sect, thinking the Supreme Sect was just deceiving the world, but now she suddenly felt the Supreme Sect might not be so contemptible. Mystic Valley, within the pavilion. Guan sat at his desk, his brows slightly furrowed. Someone had locked onto his Qinghong sword, making it difficult for him to recall it directly. He was using sword intent to control the sword. That earlier strike was no ordinary attack. It was a move from the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. The Integration Realm Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. Since you want to chase, fine. Let them understand a sword hangs over their heads within the Supreme Sect. Guan thought silently, then picked up a brush, preparing to see if he could multitask. The Qinghong sword was already over 6,000 miles away from him, and the distance was rapidly increasing. Above the sea of clouds, the Qinghong sword wove rapidly, leaving a long trail of energy waves that extended to the edge of the sky. Suddenly, the Qinghong sword stopped, suspended above the clouds. In less than 3 breaths, a golden light shot from the horizon, quickly arriving in front of the Qinghong sword, within less than 100 meters. The golden light dispersed, revealing a man in a blue Taoist robe, holding a horsetail whisk, appearing immortal-like. Only his expression was somewhat solemn. "Who are you exactly?" A Unification Realm sword cultivator unheard of within the Taitsong dynasty. The Taoist robed man asked, his tone grave. Chapter 67. The Angry Vice Sect Leader. The voice of the man in the Taoist robe echoed above the sea of clouds, his gaze constantly fixed on the Qinghong sword. He couldn't discern the true form of this sword because his divine sense couldn't penetrate the sword qi on its surface, which made him quite alarmed. This person's sword Dao accomplishment was absolutely the strongest he had ever encountered. However, he didn't get a response. The entire world seemed to be left with only him and this sword, with no second person present. But he could sense a trace of divine sense fluctuation on the Qinghong's sword, indicating that it was being controlled by someone, which made him highly alert and on guard. At this moment, the Qinghong sword burst out with powerful sword intent. In an instant, rolling thunderclouds poured in from all directions, dimming the entire sky and earth. The terrifying sword intent locked onto the man in the Taoist robe, causing him to be moved. Thousands of lightning bolts intertwined in the thunderclouds above. Each bolt was like a group of dragons thrashing in the sea of clouds. The sword Qi on the Qinghong sword surged wildly, burning like raging flames. The man in the Taoist robe immediately wielded his horsetail whisk, and streams of Gang Qi were released, gathering around him into a gigantic golden light mountain. On the mountain rose numerous statues, as if silently shouting. Suddenly, torrential rain arrived, and strong winds howled through the clouds. Under the flashing lightning, the Qinghong sword, wreathed in sword Qi, seemed like an unparalleled demon sword, giving the man in the Taoist robe immense pressure. The Qinghong sword flew up, its tip pointing toward the man in the Taoist robe. The man in the Taoist robe immediately struck out with his palm, and the giant golden light mountain on his body burst into dazzling brilliance. All the statues simultaneously struck with their palms, spiritual power transforming into a grand light mass towards the Qinghong sword, resembling a river of stars crossing the sky. The Qinghong sword moved. Bang! With a single sword strike, it targeted the man in the Taoist robe. The sword moved, the wind and thunder roared, and the heavens and earth trembled. A cold light radiated across the sky, and the Qinghong sword was like the fastest light, the fiercest thunder, shattering all obstructing objects with unstoppable force. The river of stars was directly driven away, and the giant golden light mountain on the man in the Taoist robe shattered instantly. He immediately dodged and jumped away, but the next second, the Qinghong sword had already reached before him, relentlessly pursuing. He struck out with his palm, and the space in front of him seemed to solidify. An invisible barrier forcibly halted the Qinghong sword. Ripples spread around, giving the barrier a shape. Suddenly, the face of the man in the Taoist robe changed, darkly thinking something was wrong. Crash! The sound of shattering glass rang out, and the man in the Taoist robe instinctively retreated. Time seemed to slow down, and in his pupils the tip of the Qinghong sword was getting closer and closer to him. The sword Qi blossomed like a flower, so brilliant and magnificent. Bang! A strong wind came at the man in the Taoist robe, blowing off his hair crown. His black hair floated freely, and his Taoist robe was fiercely pulled backward. The sea of clouds behind him scattered, the thunderclouds above tore apart, and the sunlight poured down as if a giant crack had been cut through the sky, extending to the horizon. The man in the Taoist robe widened his eyes, looking at the sword suspended in front of him, unable to calm his emotions. This sword could completely harm him, but stopped at a point he couldn't defend against. Under his gaze, he saw the Qinghong sword slowly descending. He seemed to understand something, neither dodging nor striking back. The Qinghong sword gently tapped his chest 3 times, then turned and left, its speed even faster than when he had chased. This time, the man in the Taoist robe didn't pursue because he knew it was pointless. He was simply not the opponent of the other party. His face gradually darkened. Though the sunlight shone on him, it felt so glaring to him. Inside the house, Guan wrote with one hand while raising the other to catch the Qinghong sword that flew in from the window. He had sent the Qinghong sword in several circles and only retrieved it when the disciples in the valley were not paying attention. After the earlier duel, Guan suddenly felt confident in his own sword Dao accomplishment. Killing Chu Xian in the void-crossing realm granted him 93 years of lifespan, and the Taoist robe man he encountered later was also at the unification realm. Judging by his aura, he was probably at the initial unification realm like Gu In, at most not above the 2nd layer, but he was still not a match for Gu An's Taitsong, Divine Shocking Sword. He had always thought his actual combat ability in the same realm was weak, but now he realized he might have underestimated himself. Even without much combat experience, his cultivation in spells and ultimate skills was solid and genuine, not mere fantasies. Not everyone could spend thousands of years cultivating spells, while the vast majority of cultivators dedicated most of their time to Qi absorption cultivation. Of course, fighting with a higher realm against a lower realm was always more stable. Guan sheathed the Qinghong sword and placed it on the table. He turned his head to look at the outer gate city, where many great cultivators from the Supreme Sect had already gone. Tens of thousands of outer disciples survived, and Chu Xian's crimes could not be concealed. Yilan and the others were safe. He believed that the Supreme Sect wouldn't practice that demon skill again in the short term. The two big characters Guan carved at the heavenly repair platform became the focus of attention for cultivators, with great cultivators marveling at his sword intent, and outer disciples indignantly cursing Chu Xian, demanding a thorough investigation from the higher-ups. Because Chu Xian had used a formation to isolate the outer gate city in advance, the servant disciples of Mystic Valley didn't hear the commotion, but some disciples outside saw the turbulent sea of clouds and took notice. An hour later, more cultivators started flying over Mystic Valley, causing the disciples in the valley to talk incessantly. Guan didn't go downstairs, pretending to be unaware of the matter. Today, the Supreme Sect was destined not to be peaceful. After a night, in the early morning, Yilan, Su Han, and Zhenqin returned. Guan welcomed them in the attic, and Wu Xin and Xiaochuan insisted on joining the fun, so Guan let them in as well. Zhenqin began recounting the events of the previous day, her voice full of surprises, making Wu Xin and Xiaochuan experience emotional ups and downs. Yilan was uncharacteristically silent, no longer staring at Guan all the time. Guan roughly guessed the reason and pretended not to notice her unusual behavior. After Zhenqin and Su Han finished speaking, Wu Xin sneered. I knew long ago that the Supreme Sect wasn't as righteous as it's rumored to be outside. I didn't expect it could be so shameless, sacrificing tens of thousands of fellow disciples. Even 1,000 Autumn Pavilion hasn't done something so heinous. Feeling vexed, Xiaochuan gritted his teeth and said, Brother, why don't we switch to another sect? Planting herbs elsewhere is still planting. Guan glared at him and said, Nonsense, don't say such things in the future. In any case, this matter has been interrupted. There are still righteous people in the Supreme Sect. He was reluctant to give up his foundation, especially the 8 scenic caves. Cultivators from the main city of the sect have already come to seek justice. They said they would give an explanation to the outer disciples. Let's see how the sect handles this. The commotion yesterday was too big to be hidden, and word will surely spread to the immortal cultivation world, Yilan said, still not looking at Guan while speaking. Su Han, thinking of something, hurriedly said, Master, Martial Uncle Lu is severely injured. Even if he survives, I'm afraid. Guan had noticed Lu Jujia's tragic condition the day before, but was powerless to help. Lu Jujia's cultivation had been completely drained, and even if he survived, he would be a cripple, unlikely to cultivate immortality again. He wondered if Wuxin's Taoist expansion skill could help him. Tell him that if he doesn't mind, he can come to Mystic Valley to find me, and we can plant flowers and herbs together, living a peaceful life. Guan sighed. Mentioning Lu Jujia's fate cast a heavy atmosphere over the room. All right, everyone go now. I need to talk to Junior Sister Yi. Guan waved his sleeve. The others quickly saluted and then turned to leave. Zhenqin, being thoughtful, closed the door. As the door was about to shut, she gave Guan a playful glance, leaving him somewhat amused and exasperated. The room fell into silence. Guan could sense Yilan's unsettled aura. He smiled and said, Junior Sister, you must be frightened. How about staying in Mystic Valley for a few days to rest? Yilan took a deep breath and turned to look at him, saying, Indeed, I was frightened, but not scared. Senior brother, I suddenly understand your previous words. I truly was foolish. The path of immortal cultivation should primarily be about cultivating. If you and I were to hide in the mountains and encounter such evil people like yesterday, with no ability to fight back, it would be the most tragic thing for us. Hearing her speak this way, Guan instead worried she was under too much pressure. Junior sister, don't overthink. It's good to work hard on cultivation, but dangers like yesterday's are rare to encounter. Guan spoke earnestly. Yilan nodded and said, although I don't know who the great cultivator who acted yesterday was, I will learn from him. When I become as strong as him, I will stand by your side, senior brother. She smiled and raised an eyebrow at Gu, and seeing her return to her usual self, Guan also smiled. Then Yilan talked about the situation in the demon extermination hall. Almost all disciples there were crippled, but the main city of the sect intended to thoroughly investigate the hall. According to her information, this incident might affect the Hall of Elders in the main city. In the Supreme Sect, it was never a one-person's rule. Everyone had opponents, and Chu Xian's opponents were no exception. They would certainly seize this opportunity to act. Guan also looked forward to changes in the Supreme Sect. If the situation remained this vile, he might one day grow tired and, once strong enough, let the Supreme Sect hear a different voice. 2 days later, in the Third Medicine Valley, Guan was inspecting medicinal herbs when he suddenly sensed 2 auras. His brow furrowed slightly, but he didn't turn around. Soon, Guzong landed with someone. This person was none other than the man in the Taoist robe who had earlier battled the Qinghong sword. Guan, come over, Guzong called out from afar. Guan immediately turned and walked over, casting a lifespan detection on the man in the Taoist robe. Divine sense could detect a person, but lifespan detection had to be done through the naked eye. Jihan Tian, Unification Realm First Layer, 780/3300/3500. Indeed, it was the Unification Realm First Layer, and his surname was Ji. Previously, he had seen a great cultivator in the Void Crossing Realm surnamed Ji, but he hadn't expected there to be a Ji-named cultivator in the Unification Realm hidden in the Supreme Sect. The foundation of the Ji family was truly terrifying. Guan walked up to Guzong and saluted. Guzong smiled and said, Guan, this is the Vice Sect leader, and he's also from the Ji family. Upon hearing this, Guan immediately saluted Jihan Tian. Jihan Tian nodded, smiled, and said, no need for formalities. After all, you also come from the Ji family. Come, let's talk upstairs. Guan immediately led the way. After entering the room upstairs, Guan closed the door, and Guzong set up a restriction. Jihan Tian suddenly slapped the table and angrily said, outrageous, simply lawless. Panin, you must write this down and expose the Supreme Sect's sins to the whole world. Chapter 68, Status Promotion. Searching for Pan, and you want me to write it? Guan didn't dare to respond. He had no idea why Jihan Tian was so angry. If Jihan Tian wanted Guan to defame himself, he certainly wouldn't do it. Why are you yelling so loudly? Guzong said discontentedly. He then sat down, gesturing for Gu and to sit beside him. Guan nodded and sat down on the stool next to him. Jihan Tian, trying to calm his emotions, said, using tens of thousands of disciples to refine a formation, is this truly the righteous path? If not for that mysterious sword cultivator intervening, I would still be in the dark. He was truly upset. At that time, he was in seclusion when he sensed a strong sword intent, which startled him into coming out of seclusion. Traveling tens of thousands of miles, he arrived only to find that Chu Xian was beyond saving. But he heard the curses of the Outer Sect disciples, making him both angry and curious about the identity of that sword cultivator. So he pursued. He ended up being easily defeated by the other party. Ever since reaching the Unification Realm, Jihan Tian felt he could walk unchallenged in the Taizong dynasty, with few able to match him. Most who could were ancient monsters in long seclusion. He hadn't tasted defeat in a long time. The most crucial thing was the other party not only defeated him, but also helped him. If that person hadn't intervened when I came out of seclusion, wouldn't the hatred for the Outer Sect destruction be pinned on the demonic sect? Jihan Tian asked Guzong, staring intently. Guzong smiled bitterly, not answering directly, but his answer was obvious. Jihan Tian then looked at Guan and said, You need to write down everything that happened 3 days ago. This includes the disgraceful activities of the Demon Extermination Hall and the Sword Cultivator who prevented the Outer Sect calamity. Since he acted, it shows he is also part of the Supreme Sect, just very low-key. Promoting his deeds can help maintain the Supreme Sect's image, so it won't instantly be seen as demonic. Hearing that he could flatter himself, Guin felt relieved. However, he couldn't agree too easily. Guin put on a difficult expression, hesitating to speak. Jihan Tian frowned and asked, "What? You don't want to do it?" Gu Zong said annoyedly, "Such a big matter. If he dares to write it, he will surely offend a lot of people. You just give him a huge problem with one word. How dare you?" Jihan Tian felt a bit embarrassed when he heard this. Guin took a deep breath and said, "I'm willing to work for the Supreme Sect, but..." Gu Zong smiled and said, "What do you want? Just say it." Jihan Tian frowned, but did not say more. "I want to expand my Medicine Valley, making it the third Medicine Valley in the Inner Sect, controlling a 100-mile radius area for planting more medicinal herbs. I will still turn in herbs to the sect, as usual, and not take more." Guin said seriously. Jihan Tian couldn't help but ask, "Just that? You could ask for more and higher requirements." He thought Guin would make a big demand, but it turned out to be just this. Guin nodded and said, "I only want this. My talent is mediocre. Asking for treasures or cultivation techniques would only bring trouble. Growing medicinal herbs is my hobby, and it gives me more inspiration for writing, which also benefits the Supreme Sect." Jihan Tian couldn't help but look at Gu Zong. Gu Zong smiled and said, "Don't underestimate him. He's truly thinking this way. You may not know Pan An's reputation, but get to know him in these few days. As long as he speaks, the Hall of Elders will surely promote him to true disciple." "Oh, his books are really that amazing? Read The Investiture of the Gods. You'll absolutely like it." "All right, then. I will make the decision. In that 100-mile area, you can grow whatever you want. Also, you will receive a set of the 6th grade Spirit Protection Array. Gu Zong, handle this matter." Jihan Tian said seriously. Gu Zong smiled and nodded. Guin immediately bowed to thank Jihan Tian. Gu Zong started to inquire about the sect leader's view on the matter. Jihan Tian sarcastically said he would surely feign ignorance. The sect leader and the vice-sect leader did not get along. During this, Jihan Tian also mentioned LV Baitian, namely Elder Tian, expressing his strong dissatisfaction with Elder Tian. It seemed that Elder Tian had altered his appearance and figure, making him unrecognizable and easily overlooked. Only after listening to the end did Gu and learn that Elder Tian indeed suffered from deviation. Elder Tian often stayed in seclusion and did not manage the Supreme Sect much, leading to many under his name causing chaos. After his deviation, they elected Elder Chu Tianqi as the sect leader. In Jihanian's words, Elder Tian was already seen as dead. This made Guin have more conjectures about the relationship between Gu Zong and Jihan Tian. Only after half an hour did Jihan Tian and Gu Zong leave. Guin stood on the grass, watching them go. Suddenly, Elder Tian came over curiously and asked, "Is something happening with the Outer Sect?" Guin nodded and briefly explained the situation, making Elder Tian frown. "Elder Tian, what do you think? Do you believe the Supreme Sect is righteous or evil?" Guin asked casually, squatting down to look at medicinal herb ahead. Elder Tian responded, "The line between righteousness and evil isn't easy to define. It shouldn't be judged by the present, but by future generations." These words, no wonder the Supreme Sect is so crooked. Guin stopped inquiring, not bothering with Elder Tian. He began planning how to fully utilize the 100-mile area, with Gu Zong promising that except for Shunjun, he would move the nearby Inner Sect disciples' cave residences away to avoid future conflicts. Inner Sect disciples were different from Outer Sect disciples, having both high talent and complex connections. To say the least, any random Inner Sect disciple would have a significant background. Through this incident, Guan came to understand that the Taizong dynasty wasn't ruled by the emperor or the sects, but by the aristocratic families. The Ji family alone could have a vice-sect leader in the supreme sect and place family members in every sect under the Taizong dynasty, let alone the Gu family or Zhou family. Guan believed Chu Jingfeng and sect leader Chu Tianqi also came from the same family, and the Chu family wasn't simple. However, it didn't matter to him. He wouldn't establish his own family and didn't want too many ties. Follow the path first, then act as desired. Guzong moved quickly. In less than 7 days, the procedures were completed and the nearby inner sect disciples were relocated. He also brought a set of 6th-grade Big Spirit Protection Array. The Spirit Protection Array was specifically used to enhance and contain spiritual energy. Though the world is vast, spiritual energy flows. Each great sect searches for spirit lineages to establish, then seals the spiritual energy, resulting in rich spiritual energy within the sect. This makes the spiritual energy in the secular world scarce. With the array and plenty of medicinal herb resources, he could reach the core formation realm, nascent soul realm, and even divinity transformation realm, while claiming he had poor talent and relied on resources. This way, others wouldn't see him as a threat. Additionally, Guzong allowed him to have 20 servant disciples in the Third Medicine Valley. Generally, servant disciples weren't allowed in the inner sect, and previously bringing 4 was an exception, given his relationship with Guzong. Guan recruited 7 people from Mystic Valley, including Tang Yu. As for Xiaochuan and Wuxin, they still stayed in Mystic Valley, but Guan now permitted them to visit the Third Medicine Valley at any time. Life was about to get a lot better. Time flew by. A month had passed since the Outer Sect calamity. On this day, Guan came to the Outer Gate City. Without the Demon Extermination Hall, the city had restored its former prosperity, with disciples moving around less tensely. Walking along, Guan suddenly saw a person, Jiang Qiong. When dealing with Chu Xian, Gu Ans Divine since noticed Jiang Qiong, but he pretended not to know. He thought she would have left after a month, but surprisingly, she was still here. Jiang Qiong walked up to him and smiled. "Come with me." Guan looked at the hunchbacked old man behind her and used a lifespan detection. Hu Mo, Divinity Transformation Realm. 9 layers 970/1300/1570. Guan could sense the hidden demonic qi inside the old man. Jiang Qiong was truly bold, not only coming herself, but also bringing a same realm companion, unafraid of being exposed. Seeing Guan hesitate, Jiang Qiong raised her hand and revealed a token. Outer Sect Great Elder, equivalent to the ruler of the Outer Sect. Guan looked at her in astonishment, wondering how she managed it. Jiang Qiong smiled proudly and walked past him. He quickly followed her pace. Soon, Guan entered Jiang Qiong's residence, where there were many servant disciples, none with demonic qi. Jiang Qiong led Guan into a grand hall, while Hu Mo stood at the entrance. Guan could sense him casting a spell to isolate the area, preventing any spying. Guan watched Jiang Qiong sit at the chief's seat, even crossing her legs, lacking any demeanor of the Outer Sect Great Elder. "How did you manage it?" Guan couldn't help but ask. Jiang Qiong snorted. "Your martial master's divine skills are vast. Being a great elder of the Outer Gate City is nothing. One day, I might become the sect leader." Guan laughed and asked, "If you become the sect leader, will you favor the Thousand Autumn Pavilion or the Supreme Sect?" "If I become the Supreme Sect leader, I won't be a demon cultivator and will side with the Supreme Sect. Even if the Thousand Autumn Pavilion Master is offered, I won't take it." Jiang Qiong casually replied, filled with disdain for the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Guan suddenly understood why there were so many Thousand Autumn Pavilion agents in the Supreme Sect, yet the Thousand Autumn Pavilion couldn't topple the Supreme Sect. To the Thousand Autumn Pavilion cultivators, the Thousand Autumn Pavilion was far inferior to the Supreme Sect. Wuxin preferred being a servant disciple in the Supreme Sect over returning to the Thousand Autumn Pavilion as the young master. From now on, Any Thousand Autumn Pavilion cultivator who seeks you must not learn the whereabouts of the green vine tree. That tree belongs to you and me only, no longer to the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Understood? Jiang Qiong said seriously. Guan nodded. Sorry, it's only mine. Jiang Qiong smiled. Grand Disciple, tell me, what do you need? Feel free to ask. Guan thought for a moment and said, Can you promote Yi Lan from the law enforcement hall? She is my junior sister. As for other requests, I don't need them for now. My medicine valley in the inner sect has expanded, so I don't need more valleys. In the future, if you have high-rank medicinal herb seeds, you can give them to me. I'll grow and cultivate them and then hand them to you. Jiang Qiong's smile grew brighter. She looked him over and said, Not bad. I didn't choose the wrong Grand Disciple. Don't worry, Martial Master won't be polite with you. Of course, Martial Master won't shortchange you either. Besides, I have a task for you. Guan couldn't help but ask, Besides growing medicinal herbs, what else can I do for you? Keep a close eye on Pan and his news. According to my information, Pan doesn't have high cultivation, hiding in the outer sect, but the Hall of Elders keeps his identity a tight secret. Chapter 69, Sword Venerable Fudao, renowned throughout the world. Part 4. Looking for myself? Guan wanted to laugh, but restrained himself. Ji Hantian asked Gu to write about himself, and Jiang Qiong asked him to find himself. Despite the different identities, he still found it absurd. What kind of matter is this? Guan said hesitantly, My usual activity range is mostly within Medicine Valley. I'm afraid it's difficult for me to notice any news about Pan. Jiang Qiong waved her hand and said, That's hard to say. Pan loves writing books and naturally socializes. The book's supreme, Immortal Venerable stirs the emotions of lower-level cultivators. He might often interact with outer and servant disciples. In any case, keep an eye out and tell me if you find anything. Guan could only nod upon hearing this. Jiang Qiong then discussed some other matters and had Huim Mo, who was guarding the door, fetch a bag of high-rank seeds for Guan to take away. After leaving Jiang Qiong's residence, Guan headed towards the Heavenly Repair Platform. It was said that the Heavenly Repair Platform had become the most notable attraction in this outer gate city, attracting disciples from other outer and inner cities to visit. The grand battle a month ago had spread throughout the immortal cultivation world. Even Luo Han from Tinya Valley had heard of it, indicating that he occasionally left the valley. Upon reaching the Heavenly Repair Platform, Guan saw that at least 10,000 people were on the platform. Beside the words, Righteous Path, many cultivators were meditating. Guan first noticed two familiar faces, Zhua Yijian and Zhua Lin. This father and son pair were observing Gu An's sword intent. Guan had carved words with his sword intent, naturally leaving behind his sword intent, which held a great attraction for the sword cultivators of the Supreme Sect. Guan also saw another person, his disciple Su Han. Su Han was also a sword cultivator. Having grasped the essence of the hateful heaven divine sword, his accomplishments in sword Dao had grown rapidly, and his overall bearing was transforming. Guan watched from afar, not disturbing anyone while listening to the discussions of other disciples. The sword intent of Sword Venerable Fudao is truly majestic. One can't imagine how high his sword Dao accomplishment is. It's said that Sword Venerable Fudao has strength comparable to that of the vice sect leader. Even if he faced the sect leader, he might not lose. Perhaps Sword Venerable Fudao is actually the sect leader? That's impossible. The sect leader himself stated that he has no idea what Chu Xian did. He also said there will be a thorough investigation of everyone associated with Chu Xian, regardless of status. Anyone who goes against the ethics of the Supreme Sect will be severely punished. Looking at these words, Righteous Path, they truly stir my heart. I heard Pan wants to write about Sword Venerable Fudao in his book. I wonder what kind of story it will be. Sword Venerable Fudao. This was the title given to Gu and by Chu Tianqi, the sect leader of the Supreme Sect. More precisely, it was conferred upon the mysterious sword cultivator who killed Chu Xian. Sword Venerable Fudao, upholding the righteous path. If any unjust matters or people reappeared in the Supreme Sect, the Sword Venerable could act in the sect leader's stead to uphold justice, cutting down unjust sect leaders and vanquishing evil within the sect. This sounded imposing, but Guan thought it was useless. Chu Tianqi's proclamation protected himself. Ever since he conferred the title Sword Venerable Fudao, the criticism against him within the sect had significantly reduced. Instead, people praised him for his actions, believing he had the magnanimity to face responsibility. Guan also overheard people questioning the sect leader. More accurately, questioning the Chu family. Chu Tianqi and Chu Xian were hard to separate in people's minds. This indicated the undercurrents within the Supreme Sect. Those who praised and those who questioned publicly did not match the typical behavior of cultivators. It was hard to determine if they were being used as pawns. However, none of this concerned Guan. After spending some time at the Heavenly Repair Platform, Guan headed to the Transmission Array Platform of the Inner Sect. He needed to purchase a large number of medicinal herb seeds from the Inner Sect. Although Gu Zong's delegation had given him many seeds, they were far from enough to cover an area of 100 miles. The thought of having his medicinal herbs cover an area of 100 miles excited Guan. A month ago, taking the risk not only saved those around him, but also brought him great benefits, which made him very satisfied. By evening, Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley. The arrival of 7 new servant disciples added some vitality to the valley. They were weeding and clearing land in various directions while the distant mountain forests echoed with the barks of spirit dogs, adding a pastoral feel. As soon as Guan returned, he sensed Sheng Zhen's presence, who was once again waiting in his loft. Upon heading upstairs, Guan saw Sheng Zhen standing by the bookshelf, reading. Hearing the footsteps, she returned the book to the shelf and turned to face him. Guan closed the door and asked, "Miss Shun, what brings you here today? I heard you were going to write a book about Sword Venerable Fudao. He'll be part of it, but it won't be solely about him. Mainly, it will recount the events from a month ago in the Outer Sect. Then you must be careful. The reputation of Sword Venerable Fudao has spread beyond the Taizong dynasty. Just yesterday, I received a letter saying that sword cultivators from the Great Yu dynasty are preparing to challenge him. Many believe that since you're writing about Sword Venerable Fudao, you must have a connection with him. They think finding you is easier than finding him." Shunjin laughed lightly as she spoke, her eyes gleaming with mirth. Guan sighed helplessly. How could I possibly meet Sword Venerable Fudao? To write about him, I need to gather material from the Outer Sect. Don't worry, I haven't disclosed your identity to anyone. Even my father wanted to know about you, but I refused. As Shun Zhen spoke, she took out a book from her storage bag and placed it on the table. Though I haven't told anyone, you should still be careful. The power of Sword Venerable Fudao makes many sects uneasy. They all want to gather information about him. Additionally, here is the book I wrote. Within a month, the book collection hall will start selling it nationwide. You take a look first. With that, Shun Zhen walked out, brushing past him. They were already familiar with each other, so Guan did not see her off. Instead, he went to the desk and picked up the book Shun Zhen had written. Supreme Secret Records. It sounded very serious. Guan immediately started to read, but as he continued, his brows began to furrow. Really? He had thought Shun Zhen's writing wouldn't surpass Green Hero Travelogue, especially regarding matters between men and women. To his surprise, she wrote in even greater detail. This person acted demure in front of him, but wrote so uninhibitedly in private. This content shouldn't be published, right? Guan hoped that the scrutiny of the book collection hall would do its job. Though he was displeased, he continued reading with great interest. This reading lasted the entire night. At dawn, Guan gathered the disciples to begin their exercises. As the number of disciples in the Third Medicine Valley increased, he believed tradition should be maintained, even getting Elder Tian involved. After the exercises, Guan began assigning tasks. He left 3 disciples to sow seeds while the others continued clearing the land. The dense forests around the Third Medicine Valley needed a significant amount of time and effort to transform into cultivable fields. Guin, even without using spells, did not feel tired, and even told his disciples that it was also a form of cultivation. In truth, the disciples did not feel tired either and were very motivated. The larger the Third Medicine Valley grew, the more benefits they would receive, as Guin was generous in sharing the medicinal herbs, providing them with more elixirs. Life settled into a peaceful routine. Guin spent most of his time in the Third Medicine Valley, busy with clearing land and sowing seeds. 5 days later, Shunjun came looking for Guin again, very angry because her book had been rejected by the book collection hall. Guin almost laughed, but he held it in. Shunjun was very adamant. The more the book collection hall refused to publish her book, the more determined she was to publish it. She decided to print it herself and secretly spread it in the inner sect. Guin advised her to revise it, delete some content, and maybe it would pass, but she didn't listen. Either way, without the help of the book collection hall, Guin believed her book couldn't become popular, easing much of his concern. Winter snow gradually fell, blanketing the earth in white. At noon, Guin arrived at Qinghong Valley. To his surprise, there was an additional person inside the valley, and they had a formidable presence. Luo Hun, sensing Gu An's presence, leaped out of the forest like a flying swan, landing in front of him. "You came just in time. Let me introduce you to someone." They were sent by His Majesty. From now on, let them take any medicinal herbs they need to help them break through as soon as possible, Luo Hun said, leading Gu into a distant area with lofts. Guin never coveted the herbs in Qinghong Valley. He only wanted to gather them. Afterward, it was up to Li Xiandao to distribute them, as they originally belonged to Li Xiandao. When they reached the loft, the door of a nearby house opened, and a white-robed man stepped out. Illusion Divinity Transformation Realm, 9 layers 466/1208/2850, Divinity Transformation Realm, 9 layers. His Majesty's forces were not weak either. Illusion looked to be in his early 40s, with an elegant and refined demeanor. His white robe highlighted the charming and reserved temperament typical of a swordsman. From across the wall, Illusion cupped his hands and said, "I am Illusion. A pleasure to meet you, Valley Master." Luo Hun introduced. Senior E is the first sword servant by His Majesty's side. His sword Dao accomplishment is among the best in the Taizong dynasty. Only a few in the world can compare in sword Dao, countable on one's fingers. Guin raised his hand in greeting to Illusion. Illusion stared at Guin and asked, "Valley Master, you are also a disciple of the Supreme Sect. Do you know anything about Sword Venerable Fudao? What exactly is his cultivation level?" Sword Venerable Fudao was famed throughout the land, but everyone only knew he had slain Chu Xian of the Void Crossing Realm. Few were aware he had also fought Vice Sect leader Ji Hantian. Ji Hantian himself had not mentioned it, as if it had never occurred. "I am merely an outer disciple of the Supreme Sect with limited knowledge. However, there is a remnant of his sword intent on the Heavenly Repair platform in the outer sect. Senior could take a look." Guessing that this sword cultivator sought a challenge with Sword Venerable Fudao, Guin suggested the platform to make him realize the gap between himself and the Sword Venerable. Indeed, upon learning of Sword Venerable Fudao's sword intent at the Supreme Sect, Illusion's eyes brightened, and he immediately leaped out of the valley, flying through the air. Guin looked at Luo Hun and asked, "Can he go directly to the Supreme Sect?" Luo Hun nodded. "He has the Emperor's Sword Servant Order, allowing him unrestricted access to all major sections." Upon hearing this, Guin asked no further questions and headed toward a certain garden area to harvest the nearly ripe medicinal herbs. An ancient hour later, he left Qinghong Valley. The new year arrived amid the winter cold. Right after the Lunar New Year, Guin returned to the outer gate. He first requested another batch of high-rank medicinal herb seeds from Jiangxiong and then went to the Heavenly Repair platform to join in the excitement. Daotian and his son were still sitting in meditation, seeking sword enlightenment. Guan also saw Iluyan. He, too, was meditating near the righteous path words, frowning in deep thought. Guan's gaze shifted above the word path, and his brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 69, Sword Venerable Fudao, Renowned Throughout the World, Part 4. Looking for myself? Guan wanted to laugh, but restrained himself. Jihan asked Guan to write about himself, and Jiang Xiong asked him to find himself. Despite the different identities, he still found it absurd. What kind of matter is this? Guan said hesitantly, my usual activity range is mostly within Medicine Valley. I'm afraid it's difficult for me to notice any news about Pan, and Jiang Xiong waved her hand and said, that's hard to say. Pan loves writing books and naturally socializes. The book, Supreme, Immortal, Venerable, stirs the emotions of lower-level cultivators. He might often interact with outer and servant disciples. In any case, keep an eye out and tell me if you find anything. Guan could only nod upon hearing this. Jiang Xiong then discussed some other matters and had Huimo, who was guarding the door, fetch a bag of high-rank seeds for Guan to take away. After leaving Jiang Xiong's residence, Guan headed towards the Heavenly Repair Platform. It was said that the Heavenly Repair Platform had become the most notable attraction in this outer gate city, attracting disciples from other outer and inner cities to visit. The grand battle a month ago had spread throughout the immortal cultivation world. Even Luo Han from Qinghong Valley had heard of it, indicating that he occasionally left the valley. Upon reaching the Heavenly Repair Platform, Guan saw that at least 10,000 people were on the platform. Beside the words righteous path, many cultivators were meditating. Guan first noticed two familiar faces, Zuoyijian and Zuolin. This father and son pair were observing Guan's sword intent. Guan had carved words with his sword intent, naturally leaving behind his sword intent, which held a great attraction for the sword cultivators of the Supreme Sect. Guan also saw another person, his disciple Suhan. Suhan was also a sword cultivator. Having grasped the essence of the hateful heaven divine sword, his accomplishments in sword Dao had grown rapidly, and his overall bearing was transforming. Guan watched from afar, not disturbing anyone while listening to the discussions of other disciples. The sword intent of Sword Venerable Fudao is truly majestic. One can't imagine how high his sword Dao accomplishment is. It's said that Sword Venerable Fudao has strength comparable to that of the vice sect leader. Even if he faced the sect leader, he might not lose. Perhaps Sword Venerable Fudao is actually the sect leader? That's impossible. The sect leader himself stated that he has no idea what Chu Xian did. He also said there will be a thorough investigation of everyone associated with Chu Xian, regardless of status. Anyone who goes against the ethics of the Supreme Sect will be severely punished. Looking at these words, righteous path, they truly stir my heart. I heard Pan and wants to write about Sword Venerable Fudao in his book. I wonder what kind of story it will be. Sword Venerable Fudao. This was the title given to Gu and by Chu Tianqi, the sect leader of the Supreme Sect. More precisely, it was conferred upon the mysterious sword cultivator who killed Chu Xian. Sword Venerable Fudao, upholding the righteous path. If any unjust matters or people reappeared in the Supreme Sect, the Sword Venerable could act in the sect leader's stead to uphold justice, cutting down unjust sect leaders and vanquishing evil within the sect. This sounded imposing, but Guan thought it was useless. Chu Tianqi's proclamation protected himself. Ever since he conferred the title Sword Venerable Fudao, the criticism against him within the sect had significantly reduced. Instead, people praised him for his actions, believing he had the magnanimity to face responsibility. Guan also overheard people questioning the sect leader. More accurately, questioning the Chu family. Chu Tianqi and Chu Xian were hard to separate in people's minds. This indicated the undercurrents within the Supreme Sect. Those who praised and those who questioned publicly did not match the typical behavior of cultivators. It was hard to determine if they were being used as pawns. However, none of this concerned Guin. After spending some time at the Heavenly Repair platform, Guin headed to the transmission array platform of the Inner Sect. He needed to purchase a large number of medicinal herb seeds from the Inner Sect. Although Gu Zong's delegation had given him many seeds, they were far from enough to cover an area of 100 miles. The thought of having his medicinal herbs cover an area of 100 miles excited Guin. A month ago, taking the risk not only saved those around him, but also brought him great benefits, which made him very satisfied. By evening, Guin returned to the Third Medicine Valley. The arrival of 7 new servant disciples added some vitality to the valley. They were weeding and clearing land in various directions while the distant mountain forests echoed with the barks of spirit dogs, adding a pastoral feel. As soon as Guin returned, he sensed Sheng Zhen's presence, who was once again waiting in his loft. Upon heading upstairs, Guin saw Sheng Zhen standing by the bookshelf, reading. Hearing the footsteps, she returned the book to the shelf and turned to face him. Guin closed the door and asked, "Ms. Shun, what brings you here today? I heard you're going to write a book about Sword Venerable Fudao. He'll be part of it, but it won't be solely about him. Mainly, it will recount the events from a month ago in the Outer Sect. Then you must be careful. The reputation of Sword Venerable Fudao has spread beyond the Taizong dynasty. Just yesterday, I received a letter saying that sword cultivators from the Great Yu dynasty are preparing to challenge him. Many believe that since you're writing about Sword Venerable Fudao, you must have a connection with him. They think finding you is easier than finding him." Shenzhen laughed lightly as she spoke, her eyes gleaming with mirth. Guin sighed helplessly. How could I possibly meet Sword Venerable Fudao? To write about him, I need to gather material from the Outer Sect. Don't worry, I haven't disclosed your identity to anyone. Even my father wanted to know about you, but I refused. As Shenzhen spoke, she took out a book from her storage bag and placed it on the table. Though I haven't told anyone, you should still be careful. The power of Sword Venerable Fudao makes many sects uneasy. They all want to gather information about him. Additionally, here's the book I wrote. Within a month, the book collection hall will start selling it nationwide. You can take a look first. With that, Shenzhen walked out, brushing past him. They were already familiar with each other, so Guin did not see her off. Instead, he went to the desk and picked up the book Shenzhen had written. Supreme Secret Records. It sounded very serious. Guin immediately started to read, but as he continued, his brows began to furrow. Really? He had thought Shenzhen's writing wouldn't surpass Green Hero Travelogue, especially regarding matters between men and women. To his surprise, she wrote in even greater detail. This person acted demure in front of him, but wrote so uninhibitedly in private. This content shouldn't be published, right? Guin hoped that the scrutiny of the book collection hall would do its job. Though he was displeased, he continued reading with great interest. This reading lasted the entire night. At dawn, Guin gathered the disciples to begin their exercises. As the number of disciples in the Third Medicine Valley increased, he believed tradition should be maintained, even getting Elder Tian involved. After the exercises, Guin began assigning tasks. He left 3 disciples to sow seeds while the others continued clearing the land. The dense forests around the Third Medicine Valley needed a significant amount of time and effort to transform into cultivable fields. Guin, even without using spells, did not feel tired and even told his disciples that it was also a form of cultivation. In truth, the disciples did not feel tired either and were very motivated. The larger the Third Medicine Valley grew, the more benefits they would receive, as Guin was generous in sharing the medicinal herbs, providing them with more elixirs. Life settled into a peaceful routine. Guin spent most of his time in the Third Medicine Valley, busy with clearing land and sowing seeds. 5 days later, Shenzhen came looking for Guin again, very angry because her book had been rejected by the book collection hall. Guin almost laughed, but he held it in. Shenzhen was very adamant. The more the book collection hall refused to publish her book, the more determined she was to publish it. She decided to print it herself and secretly spread it in the inner sect. Guan advised her to revise it, delete some content, and maybe it would pass, but she didn't listen. Either way, without the help of the book collection hall, Guan believed her book couldn't become popular, easing much of his concern. Winter snow gradually fell, blanketing the earth in white. At noon, Guan arrived at Qinghong Valley. To his surprise, there was an additional person inside the valley, and they had a formidable presence. Luo Han, sensing Gu An's presence, leaped out of the forest like a flying swan, landing in front of him. You came just in time. Let me introduce you to someone. They were sent by His Majesty. From now on, let them take any medicinal herbs they need to help them break through as soon as possible. Luo Han said, leading Gu into a distant area with lofts. Guan never coveted the herbs in Qinghong Valley. He only wanted to gather them. Afterward, it was up to Li Xiandao to distribute them, as they originally belonged to Li Xiandao. When they reached the loft, the door of a nearby house opened, and a white-robed man stepped out. Illusion, Divinity Transformation Realm, 9 layers 466/1208/2850, Divinity Transformation Realm, 9 layers. His Majesty's forces were not weak either. Illusion looked to be in his early 40s, with an elegant and refined demeanor. His white robe highlighted the charming and reserved temperament typical of a swordsman. From across the wall, Illusion cupped his hands and said, I am Illusion. A pleasure to meet you, Valley Master. Luo Han introduced. Senior E is the first sword servant by His Majesty's side. His sword Dao accomplishment is among the best in the Taizong dynasty. Only a few in the world can compare in sword Dao, countable on one's fingers. Guan raised his hand in greeting to Illusion. Illusion stared at Guan and asked, Valley Master, you are also a disciple of the Supreme Sect. Do you know anything about Sword Venerable Fudao? What exactly is his cultivation level? Sword Venerable Fudao was famed throughout the land, but everyone only knew he had slain Chu Xian of the Void Crossing Realm. Few were aware he had also fought Vice Sect leader Jihan. Jihan himself had not mentioned it, as if it had never occurred. I am merely an outer disciple of the Supreme Sect with limited knowledge. However, there is a remnant of his sword intent on the heavenly repair platform in the outer sect. Senior could take a look. Guessing that this sword cultivator sought a challenge with Sword Venerable Fudao, Guan suggested the platform to make him realize the gap between himself and the Sword Venerable. Indeed, upon learning of Sword Venerable Fudao's sword intent at the Supreme Sect, Illusion's eyes brightened, and he immediately leaped out of the valley, flying through the air. Guan looked at Luo Han and asked, Can he go directly to the Supreme Sect? Luo Han nodded. He has the Emperor's Sword Servant Order, allowing him unrestricted access to all major sections. Upon hearing this, Guan asked no further questions and headed toward a certain garden area to harvest the nearly ripe medicinal herbs. An ancient hour later, he left Qinghong Valley. The new year arrived amid the winter cold. Right after the Lunar New Year, Guan returned to the outer gate. He first requested another batch of high-rank medicinal herb seeds from Jiangxiong, and then went to the heavenly repair platform to join in the excitement. Zhua Yijian and his son were still sitting in meditation, seeking sword enlightenment. Guan also saw Illusion. He, too, was meditating near the righteous path words, frowning in deep thought. Guan's gaze shifted above the word path, and his brow furrowed slightly. Source: Web Novel. Com. Updated on Envgo. Co. Chapter 70. Righteousness and Demons. I read Fengshen. 5th update. Following Guan's gaze, he saw a man in plain clothes sitting cross-legged above the Dao character. His figure and appearance were unremarkable, and even his aura was ordinary. If it weren't for Gu and constantly using lifespan detection, he wouldn't have noticed anything extraordinary about this person. Underworld Demon Emperor Void Crossing Realm 9th, Layer 3847/50/700/14,000. Turns out he's a demon. Guin knew that demons of the same realm tend to have longer lifespans than cultivators of the human race. But seeing the opponent's 14,000-year lifespan, he couldn't help but be shocked. What cultivation technique has this guy practiced to completely conceal any demon energy so much so that even he, a great cultivator in the unification realm, couldn't see through it? And most importantly, do demons like to practice swordsmanship? Guin couldn't help but think of his sky dragon, who was also obsessed with the sword Dao. He didn't keep staring at the underworld demon emperor, but continued to scan the other figures on the heavenly repair platform. Those who dared to sit and attain sword enlightenment had high cultivations. After all, those in the energy cultivation realm and foundation establishment realm were busy with energy absorption and hadn't reached the point of prolonged meditation and enlightenment. Guin realized he had underestimated the influence of Sword Venerable Fudao. Although he hadn't heard of Chu Xian before, with Chu Xian's cultivation, he must be famous among the major forces in the immortal cultivation world, especially among great cultivators who were well aware of him. The fall of a void-crossing realm cultivator would undoubtedly shake the dynasty. It seemed he had to keep a low profile for the time being. With the spread of reputation, who knew how many troublesome entities might be attracted? After thoroughly looking at all the people on the heavenly repair platform, Guin left. He had developed the habit of using lifespan detection on anyone he met. Without checking the other's background, he felt uneasy. For the next few years, he planned to farm in peace until the immortal cultivation world forgot about Sword Venerable Fudao. He had already written the book about Sword Venerable Fudao and the Outer Sect scandal. Jihan Tian had been pushing him, and he finished writing it last month. This book wasn't a long novel, just a single volume was enough. Spring warmth blanketed the earth, and everything thrived. In the Third Medicine Valley, Guin and Gu were drinking inside. Your righteousness and demons has spread throughout the Taizong dynasty. Now, no one discusses the Supreme Immortal Venerable. They're all talking about the Supreme Sect and Sword Venerable Fudao, Gu remarked jealously. Guin laughed. After all, the Supreme Sect is the #1 righteous sect. With such an incident, anyone would be curious. Don't worry, in a few years, the immortal cultivation world will lose interest. By then, people will still chase after your legendary battle against the demon emperor of the exotic realm. Hearing this, Gu's expression brightened instantly, and he started praising how well Gu had written it while eagerly asking about the next part of the plot. Guin wouldn't reveal anything, making Gu itch with curiosity. By the way, I've recently gotten hold of a book, and the protagonist is named Guin. It's quite interesting, Gu suddenly said, taking a book out of his storage bag. The Supreme Secret Records. Seeing the title, Gu's heart skipped a beat. Darn it, it actually made its way out. My reputation is ruined. Gu shook the Supreme Secret Records in his hand, snickering. Brother Gu, have you read this book? Guin curiously asked. What's this book about? It's a good book. Be honest, did you write it? Gu asked with a smile. How could that be possible? Let me take a look. Is it really that good? Guin snatched the Supreme Secret Records from his hand and began flipping through it. Gu raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you sure you didn't write it? Or did someone close to you write it? After reading the first page, Guin frowned as if he was genuinely seeing it for the first time. Seeing him frown, Gu refrained from teasing him and instead poured himself a drink. As Gu's expression grew increasingly unpleasant, Gu thought for a while and said, This book started circulating in the Inner Sect. You don't seem to know many Inner Sect disciples, so it must be a coincidence. After all, the name Guin isn't uncommon. Guin closed the Supreme Secret Records, took a deep breath, and asked, Does the book collection hall allow such a book to circulate? This book didn't go through the book collection hall. It's being passed around privately by the disciples, Gu replied helplessly. Guin remained silent. Seeing the atmosphere turn awkward, Gu got up to leave, consoling Gu a few more times before departing. After he left, Guin began to ponder the Supreme Secret Records. He had to admit that Shun Jun had indeed studied the Green Hero travelogue thoroughly. At least this book, in his opinion, surpassed the original. Although some content was unsightly, the character of Guin in the book was full of a chivalrous spirit, with a carefree and unfettered personality, which was quite endearing and did not tarnish his name. After reading for an hour, Guin finally closed the Supreme Secret records and then stepped out of the pavilion to continue his work. His goal was to plant medicinal herbs over an area of 100 miles as soon as possible. Today, he planned to fence off the area to prevent inner Sect disciples from trespassing. Inner Sect City, G Mansion. Ji Xiaoyu sat upright at the table, holding a book. Across from her sat Ji Hantian. How was this righteousness and demons written? Ji Hantian asked, putting down his teacup. Ji Xiaoyu flipped through the pages as she replied, "It's quite good. The narration is immersive and doesn't cover up the Supreme Sect's sins, depicting Chu Xian's hideous face in great detail. But the Outer Sect disciples' unity is also very moving. At least, after reading it, I don't think the Supreme Sect is utterly rotten. I can still feel the foundation and spirit of Taikang's #1 Orthodox sect." Ji Hantian's lips curled into a smile. "Do you know who Panin is?" Ji Xiaoyu remained silent. "It's the house servant under your command. Guin unexpected, isn't it?" Ji Hantian asked with a smile. Ji Xiaoyu said quietly, "Actually, I already knew, but I didn't expect you to know as well. Grandfather, you didn't make him write this book, did you? It will cause him a lot of trouble." Ji Hantian feigned a cough and said, "No worries, I will protect him. Thanks to this book, my influence in the Hall of Elders has increased. Overturning Chu Tianxi might not be impossible in the future." Ji Xiaoyu turned her attention back to the book in her hand, absent-mindedly saying, "I actually think the Ji family shouldn't covet the position of sect leader. Things are quite good as they are, dispersed among various sects, not becoming a target. That's because you don't understand how hard it was for me under LV Baishan's pressure before. Otherwise, why would I let you join the Supreme Sect? It's to use your talent to gain face for me." Ji Hantian grumbled, getting agitated at the mention of LV Baitian. "You've caused Guin so much trouble. Do you have any compensation for him?" "Of course I do. I've expanded his medicine valley to 100 miles. Also, you can bring Ji family's high-rank medicinal herbs to him for planting. I've investigated. This kid indeed has a knack for managing the valley. Moreover, if you get closer to him, he might beautify the Ji family in the future. I've read The Investiture of the Gods. His portrayal of GFA shows he holds the Ji family in his heart." Ji Hantian spoke earnestly, causing Ji Xiaoyu to frown. Ji Xiaoyu showed a look of dissatisfaction and said, "Grandfather, dealing with people and matters shouldn't be overly calculative." "Silly child, this isn't being calculative. It's a win-win situation. Why not?" Ji Xiaoyu lowered her head, continuing to read, which made Ji Hantian shake his head. Ji Hantian stood up and said, "The 100 Tribes Conference is approaching. You should prepare to secure the top spot on the Hidden Dragon list." After saying that, he took a step and disappeared into thin air within the room. Ji Xiaoyu didn't get up and kept staring at the book in her hand. March, the spring breeze was cool. One day in the early days of the month, someone from the Ji family came to the Third Medicine Valley, delivering a large batch of medicinal herb seeds to Guin. The lowest grade was rank 4, which made Guin very happy. Before leaving, the Ji family cultivator explicitly and implicitly conveyed that the third miss thought highly of him. These seeds were personally selected by her, and for any future needs, he could approach her. Guin naturally wouldn't refuse and expressed that he would never forget the third miss kindness. Hearing this, the cultivator left satisfied. The Ji family, Guzong, and Jiangxiong were all giving him seeds, which saved Guin quite a bit in costs. He planned to recruit more servant disciples, filling up at least 20 positions, providing each with a demon beast and top-notch treatment. That day, Guin took Elder Tian to the Outer Sect City. Elder Tian had volunteered to come, saying he wanted to see the Righteous Path characters on the Heavenly Repair platform. Upon arriving at the outer Sect city, the two parted ways. As Guin approached the entrance of the Chores Hall, a male disciple came up to him, whispering, "Daoist friend, I have a treasure here, just 2 low-grade spirit stones." "2? Why don't you just go rob someone?" Guin said irritably, bypassing him directly. That disciple blocked him again, then took a book out of his storage bag, saying mysteriously, "Take a good look. Do you recognize this book?" Many inner Sect disciples read it after exiting seclusion. It holds great opportunities within. Guin glanced at it and saw 4 words: the Supreme Secret Records. He directly pushed the other aside, leaving with a word, "Sorry, I read the Investiture of the Gods." The disciple looked at his departing figure, cursing quietly, then sought other people to sell to. An hour later, Guin emerged from the Chores Hall with 11 people in tow, both men and women, all young and looking excited. Guin's ability to recruit so many servant disciples at once indicated his unusual status. Following such a senior, their path in immortal cultivation would surely broaden. He led the servant disciples grandly to the Heavenly Repair platform. The servant disciples had been curious about the platform for a long time. However, due to their low cultivation, they hadn't dared to come, fearing it would irritate the great cultivators. Guin quickly spotted Elder Tian, who stood below the Righteous Path characters, watching intently. He glanced in another direction. The underworld demon emperor in the 9th layer of the void-crossing realm was still there, currently making some gestures with his right hand. Guin watched for 2 breaths and thought to himself, "This isn't the sword move of the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. This guy can comprehend sword moves just with sword intent. Too monstrous. No. I need to deepen my connection with the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword." Next time, I'll invest 1 or 2,000 years of lifespan to maintain my standing in the Sword Dao. Guin withdrew his gaze and walked towards Elder Tian. "Ha! I've comprehended it. I've comprehended it." Suddenly, a loud laugh resounded from the Heavenly Repair platform, drawing the attention of the tens of thousands on the platform. The speaker was an old man wearing a Taoist robe, although his white hair was a bit messy. He then leaped into the sky, reaching out with 2 fingers, pointing at the Righteous Path characters on the platform. Chapter 71. Sword Dao Holy Land. Restart the plan. 6th update. Seeing the old man trying to destroy his writing, Guin's expression changed. "What's the meaning of this? Comprehend my sword intent and still want to smash my writing?" Guin nearly made a move, but fortunately, there was no need for him to do so. "Presumptuous!" A thunderous shout echoed. The speaker was none other than Li Xuando's first sword servant, Iluyan. The 9th layer of the divinity transformation realm. Iluyan still had an imposing aura. A single shout made the whole city jump in fear. Not only Iluyan, but numerous great cultivators around the world's Righteous Path also stood up. Even the 9th layer of the void-crossing realm underworld demon emperor raised his eyes to look at the old man in the sky, showing dissatisfaction in his eyes. Guin immediately cast a lifespan detection. Pengyu, 2nd layer of the void-crossing realm, 1279/1720/1770. Already close to the limit. No wonder he's so deranged. Pengyu in the sky glanced at Iluyan, sneering contemptuously. "A mere divinity transformation. Dare to stop me?" Divinity transformation? The disciples on the Heavenly Repair platform were in an uproar and retreated, fearing to be caught in the combat of the great cultivators. "Does Your Excellency look down on divinity transformation, but honor void crossing?" A cold voice came from another cultivator. Not the underworld demon emperor. Guin had already noticed him. A great cultivator of the 5th level of the void-crossing realm, dressed in the Supreme Sect's elder robe. Pengyu's face changed slightly as he pulled back his hand, flicked his sleeve, and snorted. "Fine, you Supreme Sect have many people and great forces, truly remarkable. I'll leave." Saying this, he turned and flew out of the city gates in the blink of an eye, trying to destroy my supreme sect's path enlightenment place. You think you can just leave? A cold snort sounded. The voice was familiar to Guan. It came from Guzong. Guan sensed Guzong swiftly moving through the sky to chase Pangyu. The great cultivator of the 5th level of the Void Crossing Realm also disappeared from the spot. The tense atmosphere of the Heavenly Repair platform eased. Cultivators on the platform started discussing the recent person and marveling at the strength of the Supreme Sect. Guan felt that this Outer Gate city owed him a great debt. In the past, there were never so many great cultivators here. Now there were always 2 Void Crossing Realm great cultivators watching over the city, giving an immense sense of security. All thanks to the 2 words righteous path he left behind. Then, Guan led the servant disciples toward Elder Tian. The servant disciples were very excited. Today, they were promoted to servant disciples and witnessed the great cultivator's confrontation. The mere names of divinity transformation and void crossing made their hearts yearn. Let's go, it's time to return. Guan patted Elder Tian's shoulder and said. Elder Tian came back to his senses and stood up. As they exchanged glances, Guan felt that Elder Tian had some changes. He instinctively cast a lifespan detection. 8th layer of the energy cultivation realm? How did he suddenly jump 2 layers? How long has it been? Guan felt astonished in his heart, but showed no emotions on his face. He had long premonition that Elder Tian would make a comeback. After all, Elder Tian didn't step down due to defeat, but due to his own mistake. Such a person was likely to return to the peak. An ancient hour later, Guan and others returned to the 3rd Medicine Valley. He asked Xiaochuan to help arrange these disciples. After Xiaochuan visited the 3rd Medicine Valley a few times, he didn't want to leave. He transferred all the demon creatures he raised there. Guan cared for him greatly and naturally did not refuse. Among the peers, only Xiaochuan stayed with him. Although Wuxin was his junior disciple, he came late and was not as important as Xiaochuan in his heart. Xiaochuan had been following Guan since childhood, always obeying. Such a junior disciple he naturally cherished dearly. Guan knew that in 200 years after the old friends passed away, it would be hard for him to build such relationships with others, so he treasured it very much. After returning to the valley, Elder Tian went alone to meditate under a big tree, contemplating something unknown. The setting sun cast a glow on the mountain top, as Yin waved his spear before the sunset, creating a unique scene that sparked discussions among the new servant disciples. Seasons alternated, and more than 2 years passed quickly. That summer, at the age of 46, Guan stood at the mountaintop, overlooking the mountains and rivers. As far as the eye could see, medicinal fields were everywhere, and one could vaguely see the estate amidst the woods. After spending more than 2 years, Guan finally managed to plant medicinal herbs across hundreds of miles. As he looked out, his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. A figure approached him. It was Xiaochuan. Senior brother, Yin has left for months. When will we recruit a new servant disciple to fill the vacancy? Our Medicine Valley is too big. With one less person, others need to walk a little more. Xiaochuan asked. Guan took out the Valley Master token and handed it to Xiaochuan. You go recruit. Let's see your judgment. Upon hearing this, Xiaochuan was thrilled, thanked Guan, and then hurried down the mountain. Guan looked towards the Outer Gate city, sensing a strong sword intent. Someone else succeeded in comprehending sword intent at the Heavenly Repair platform. In these 2 years, for people enhanced their sword intent at the Heavenly Repair platform, increasing the fame of the platform and sword Venerable Fudao. The Heavenly Repair platform even became a holy land for sword cultivators under the Taizong dynasty. Sword cultivators from various sects would visit, and the Supreme Sect also showed the demeanor of being the #1 orthodox sect, allowing disciples of other sects to comprehend sword intent. This attitude, along with the spread of righteousness and demons, not only did not harm the Supreme Sect's reputation, but it also rose further. Guan admired the Hall of Elders every time he thought of this. These people truly had skills, both in power struggles and crisis management. It's no wonder they could become elders. After standing on a mountaintop for a while, Guan turned and descended. 2 years had passed. Most medicinal herbs were still in the growth stage, but his lifespan's growth rate was not slow. He planned to restart his daily routine. Every midnight, invest 5 years of lifespan into cultivation, slowly enhancing cultivation level. The first layer of the unification realm felt somewhat insecure, with more great cultivators at the heavenly repair platform. Who knows when an old monster of the unification realm might appear? As he walked down the mountain, there were more than 20 miles to his pavilion. He strolled daily to appreciate his foundation and never felt tired. Just like now, he enjoyed the scenery along the way, feeling joyful. Half an hour later, Guan walked along the riverside. A figure descended from the sky, landing behind him. Long time no see. Leah patted Guan's shoulder, trying to scare him. Guan pretended to shiver as Leah practiced some energy-concealing method, landing silently. "Why are you here? How have you been these years?" Guan looked at Leah and asked joyfully. Leah proudly said, "Naturally good. After being severely injured by a demon cultivator last time, I started to cultivate diligently. Now I'm not the same as before." "Really, I don't believe it. Want to compete?" "Forget it. The gap between our realms is too big. It's unfair. You know it." Guan smiled, thinking to himself, "Brother, it would be unfair to you." They chatted while walking. Leah talked about his experience in the inner sect. Upon entering, he immediately sought the Hall of Elders. But before he got any results, chaos broke out in the outer sect. He was then worried about Guan's safety. He took a day to visit the Mystic Valley to see Guan, but Guan was not there. After confirming Guan's safety, he returned to the inner sect to focus on cultivation. He didn't want to lose again, nor always fight across realms. "Why visit me today?" Guan curiously asked. Leah laughed. "My father asked Li Xuan, you and me to attend the 100 Clans Grand Meeting." The meeting is not simple. It's a combat contest of talents among the great clans of the 9 dynasties, with strength rankings recorded and spread in the immortal cultivation world, and the winners gain unimaginable opportunities. It's a contest of both clan honor and personal fame. By the way, your Ji family's Ji Xiaoyu will also attend. Hearing this, Guan's mind filled with various scenes, feeling quite interested. But he had no qualifications to participate. Even if he did, he wouldn't go. Just hearing about it was enough. "Can you defeat our third miss?" Guan teasingly asked. "Couldn't before, now I'm not sure," Leah said confidently, making Guan glance at him. This guy's chi blood didn't seem normal. Why did he feel like demon beast chi blood? They continued chatting on their way back to the valley and drank late into the night, with other disciples gathered to hear Leah talk about the 100 Clans Grand Meeting. Even Elder Tion joined in the fun. By the way, former sect leader LV Daotian once won the top of the Hidden Dragon list, Dragon and Phoenix list, and Immortal Fate list. He was invincible at every stage. It said he was the strongest sect leader in Supreme Sect's 3,000 years, but unfortunately, he deviated and perished. Leah sighed. Guan raised his eyebrows. Elder Tion, was that formidable? He didn't look at Elder Tion to avoid revealing he knew Elder Tion's true identity. Tang Yu couldn't help asking, "Martial Uncle Leah, can Zhou Tongyu win this Hidden Dragon list top position?" The Hidden Dragon list ranked talents under 100 years old among various clans. Zhou Tongyu was already the number 1 of the younger generation. The book Supreme Immortal Venerable boosted his reputation. Many felt the Zhou Tongyu in the book was him. He had also visited Supreme Sect, sweeping the younger generation before leaving proudly. Leah glared at him, saying, "What are you talking about? That top position is naturally your martial uncle's. What Zhou Tongyu watch? This time your martial uncle will make him taste defeat." Upon hearing this, all the disciples admired Leah. Such confidence was inspiring. Elder Tion chuckled. "Actually, Zhou Tongyu isn't your biggest opponent. Supreme Sect hides someone stronger, with greater talent, but remains in seclusion." Leah asked, "Who?" LV Xian, who formed his core at 30. What? Li Ya's expression changed. Others were also shocked. Most present were over 30. They couldn't imagine forming a core at 30. Gu An's expression became peculiar. In these 2 years, Tianya Valley had a newcomer, LV Xian. He hadn't linked LV Xian to LV Baitian before. Now it seemed, were they blood-related? Li Xian now was truly capable, even digging out Supreme Sect's hidden genius. Quite outrageous. Chapter 72, Reincarnation of the Great Power, the name of Gu in 7th update. Elder Tian mentioned LV Xian, prompting the disciples to ask questions, wanting to know what kind of person this top genius was. Li is secretly noted down the name, determined to defeat LV Xian in the upcoming competition and prove his own talent. That night, the Third Medicine Valley was lively. Even Elder Tian became talkative, laughing frequently. At dawn, Li bid farewell to Gu in, "I'm leaving. Wait for me to become famous." Watching Li Ya's departing figure, Guan suddenly felt a bit envious. Li was always so energetic and ambitious, while Guan always thought a lot before doing anything, considering all factors. But thinking of Li Ya's miserable appearance when injured, his mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. Envy is fine, but don't imitate. After Li left, the disciples of the Third Medicine Valley continued their work. With the territory expanding, daily patrols were needed. Guan returned to Mystic Valley, checked each area, then flew towards Tianya Valley. Along the way, he found a place to secretly convert 5 years of lifespan into cultivation, then continued on his journey. Arriving at Tianya Valley, Guan walked in from the valley entrance. As he climbed the hillside, he saw Yun and LV Xian sparring in a magical duel. LV Xian wore a red robe, his long hair flowing. At first glance, one might mistake him for a woman. He held a gourd-shaped fan and effortlessly countered Yun's sword strikes. The two of them moved back and forth in the air, evenly matched. Yun suppressed his cultivation, otherwise, LV Xian wouldn't stand a chance against him. Guan couldn't resist performing a lifespan detection on LV Xian again. LV Xian, Core Formation Realm. First layer 75/480/4900. He reached the Core Formation Realm at 30, but his cultivation hadn't advanced in the 45 years since. If not for the impressive lifespan of 4,900 years, Guan would find it hard to believe he was the Supreme Sect's top genius. Except for Ji Xiaoyu, who possessed a primordial Taoist talisman, LV Xian's 4,900-year lifespan was the most impressive talent Gu and had seen among the human race. LV Xian didn't seem injured. Perhaps he cultivated some miraculous skill like Wuxin. Sunda, Sun Air, and Sun San rushed to Guan, very happy because Guan always brought them tasty treats. Although they were demons, captured by Luo Han, Guan never belittled them, so they had a good relationship. These are 5th-tier spirit fruits. You can only eat one each, don't fight over them. Guan took out 3 large, crimson fruits the size of watermelons and placed them on the ground for the 3 monkey demons to pick. He then walked towards an area of the valley. Today was another harvesting day. With his Medicine Valley expanding, he now had the opportunity to pick herbs daily, which he thoroughly enjoyed. After he finished harvesting, Yun and LV Xian also stopped sparring and landed. Yun began evaluating LV Xian's performance, and LV Xian remained humble. "Senior E, when are you going to undergo tribulation? I'm waiting for you to challenge Sword Venerable Fudao," LV Xian asked expectantly. He spoke seriously, as if he truly believed Yun could defeat the Sword Venerable. Yun hesitated and said, "At most half a year. When the time comes, I will go to the Tribulation Crossing Valley of the Supreme Sect to undergo tribulation. As for challenging the Sword Venerable Fudao, let's talk about it later." Ever since he visited the Heavenly Repair Platform, he had given up the idea of competing with Sword Venerable Fudao. The gap was too great. Facing such sword intent, he couldn't muster any fighting spirit. LV Xian raised his eyebrows, his delicate face showing anticipation. He continued to persuade. Give it a try, what if you win? Once you reach the void crossing realm, your sword intent will naturally transform. You might have the strength to fight, and being the first to challenge Sword Venerable Fudao, even if you lose, you'll become famous. Passing by, Guan wanted to retort. LV Xian really had a problem. Ever since he came to Tinya Valley, he had been persuading Luo Han to challenge the Supreme Sect's top gun, and urging the 3 monkey demons to challenge the nearby 3rd-tier Great Demon. It wasn't occasionally. Whenever he encountered someone, he would persuade them. If this guy truly loved fighting, Li would have heard of him long ago. They'll think about it. Iluyan frowned. LV Xian saw Guan and immediately approached, warmly putting his arm around Guan's shoulder, smiling. Valley Master, I feel you're not ordinary either. Do you want to strive for the position of National Master? I can teach you spells. Just say what you want to learn. Guan replied, I've said many times I don't want to strive for anything. I just want to grow flowers and plants. How is that possible? As long as you're human, you have something you want to strive for. Then what do you want to strive for? Naturally, to be the number 1 in the world. Then why not spend the time you use to persuade others on cultivating? I don't need to cultivate. Sooner or later, they'll be invincible. You're impressive then. What a bragger. Daring to claim invincibility in front of me? Guan suddenly had an idea and smiled. I heard you want to participate in the 100 races competition. If you can win the championship, you'll learn your spells. Really? Really? I didn't originally plan to participate, but since you said that, wait and see. They'll leave tomorrow. LV Xian finished speaking and walked towards his house. Guan watched his back, finding him hard to figure out. Iluyan walked over and transmitted his voice. Don't provoke him. Ever since he formed his core, he easily falls into dreams during cultivation. Sometimes he dreams of being an emperor, sometimes a sword emperor rampaging the mortal world, and even sometimes a demon emperor. According to him, he can reach the peak of the mortal world in every lifetime. What's wrong with him? Could he be a reincarnated great power? Guan immediately stopped underestimating LV Xian. Better safe than sorry. This person might indeed have a remarkable background. The next morning, before Guan left, LV Xian had already departed, making Guan more eager for the 100 races competition. The Hidden Dragon list was a competition for geniuses under 100 years old. Who would be the top among Zhou Tongyu, Ji Xiaoyu, Lia, and LV Xian? Before LV Xian returned, Guan decided to elevate his cultivation level to the 9th layer of the unification realm, secretly competing with these geniuses' growth speed. By the time Guan returned to Mystic Valley, it was already noon. He sensed a familiar aura waiting in his loft. Along the way, he greeted Wuxin and then went upstairs. Entering the house, Guan saw Yilan sitting at his desk, holding a book. Oh no! Guan closed the door and walked to the desk to take the book from her hand. He said seriously, how can a lady read this kind of book? Ever since the Outer Sect's disaster, Yilan rarely visited him, spending most of her time training outside. Now, she had been promoted to a deacon in the law enforcement hall, holding a certain position and power. Yilan looked at Guan and smiled. I heard from Jinqin that you usually love reading this green hero travelogue, so I wanted to see what kind of book you like. I don't know about that Supreme Secret Records. But don't listen to Jinqin's nonsense. It's a slander. The green hero travelogue was left by my master. I haven't read it nor destroyed it, just kept it as a memento. Really? When has your senior brother ever lied to you? Humph. Yilan took out a book from her storage bag and threw it on the table. Guan glanced at it, and his eyelid twitched wildly. Supreme Secret Records. Oh no, how did this book become so popular? Yilan looked at Guan and said softly, Senior brother, I used to think it was a coincidence when I saw the protagonist named Guan. But now, after flipping through the green hero travelogue, I feel it's not a coincidence. Tell me honestly, did you write the Supreme Secret Records? How is that possible? I don't write books. I only love growing flowers and plants. Yeah, do you think I'll believe you now? Senior brother, it's not that I'm telling you off, But if you want to read, couldn't you read something like Investiture of the Gods or Supreme Immortal Venerable? They're better than these kinds of books that disturb your Taoist heart. I really didn't write it. Guan felt so wronged. It was all Shanzhen's fault. Yilan suddenly stood up, scaring him into taking a step back. She circled around the table, approached him, and raised her right hand. Going to hit me? Guan felt a headache. Luckily, Yilan didn't intend to hit him, but to straighten his robe. She slightly lowered her head and said softly, "Senior brother, if you do like this kind of thing, I can find the dual cultivation method and accompany you." Guan saw her ears turning red. He quickly stepped back and shook off her hand, saying seriously, "Junior sister, don't joke around. If you keep joking," Yilan looked up at him, burst out laughing, and covered her mouth. "Look at you, acting like I'm a flood or beast. All right, no more joking. I came because of another matter concerning your disciple, Suhan." Yilan said seriously, her smile fading. Guan frowned and asked, "What's wrong with him? Do you know his ancestral swordsmanship called Hateful Heaven Divine Sword?" "I'm somewhat familiar. Is there a problem with this swordsmanship?" "Yes, it's not his ancestral swordsmanship, but a forbidden swordsmanship of the sword sect of the Great Yu dynasty, not to be passed on. Suhan frequently used the Hateful Heaven Divine Sword to kill enemies during his training outside. Eventually, someone recognized this swordsmanship, causing quite a stir. It's said that the sword sect is preparing to capture Suhan." "That bad?" Guan was shocked. Could Suhan, with his talent, cause such a commotion like a novel's protagonist? Yilan nodded and said, "I've hidden Suhan in the law enforcement hall, but if the sword sect comes, the law enforcement hall won't be able to protect him. After all, they're also a great sect, and the supreme sect won't offend the sword sect for an outer disciple." Guan thought for a moment and said, "They'll try to come up with something." Yilan comforted him, saying, "If you're afraid of trouble, just ignore him. You can't protect him forever. I'm telling you because I don't know his significance to you and fear you might regret it later." Guan nodded and praised Yilan for being considerate. Yilan didn't stay long. After she left, Guan transported himself to the Third Medicine Valley and went to visit Shenzhen. Since Shenzhen ruined his reputation, she had to help. Shenzhen had invited him to her cave before, so he knew how to find her. A stick of incense time later, Guan entered Shenzhen's cave. "What a rare guest. It's not often you come to me voluntarily," Shenzhen smiled. In her cave, she wasn't wearing a veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, sweet and charming. She was holding a brush dipped in ink, and when Guan looked up, he saw the walls covered with paper sheets. This woman, was she drawing? Guan quickly looked away and said, "My disciple has encountered a problem involving the sword sect of the Great Yu dynasty. Can you help?" "Sword sect? No problem. They must give face to our Daotian sect," Shenzhen said boldly. Guan then recounted the situation in detail. Shenzhen frowned and hesitated, saying, "It seems there's a bit of an issue." Chapter 73, Perhaps You Are a Genius. Mad Swordsman wants to pass on magic. Is there a problem? Guan couldn't help but roll his eyes and said helplessly, "Next time, wait until I finish speaking before making a decision. Aren't you giving me hope only to extinguish it with your own hands?" Shenzhen shook her head and said, "The problem doesn't come from the sword sect, but from the Daotian sect. The Hateful Heaven Divine Sword is not just a forbidden swordsmanship of the sword sect, it is a forbidden technique throughout the Great Yu dynasty. Every time the Hateful Heaven Divine Sword appears, there will be a bloody storm. 100 years ago, someone mastered the Hateful Heaven Divine Sword and killed tens of thousands of people. He was severely injured by our sect's elders and eventually fled the Great Yu dynasty. The Hateful Heaven Divine Sword is a swordsmanship that can break through heavenly destiny. The stronger the hatred, the stronger the sword intent. Even someone with mediocre talent can break through the limitations of their spirit roots as long as their hatred is intense enough. However, as the realm gets higher and the hatred deepens, It is easy to deviate and become a demon that only knows killing. Hence, the sword sect forbids anyone from practicing it. Hearing this, Guin couldn't help but ask, in that case, why did the sword sect create such swordsmanship? It was created by a genius from the sword sect. Since he was from the sword sect naturally has the responsibility to handle this matter. They have destroyed all the sword manuals, but the hateful heaven divine sword keeps appearing. Perhaps that person scattered the sword manuals throughout the immortal cultivation world before he died, Shunjin answered. Guin frowned. Would practicing this swordsmanship lead to madness in the end? If that were true, Guin couldn't let Su Han continue. He couldn't favor his disciple at the cost of bringing calamity to the immortal cultivation world. Shunjin spoke earnestly. The various sects of the Great Yu dynasty all resist the hateful heaven divine sword. If you insist on protecting him, it will only bring endless trouble. There is another way. Make him discard the hateful heaven divine sword in front of the sword sect. But discarding the swordsmanship isn't just a matter of forgetting it. It requires abolishing his meridians and spirit root, turning him into immortal. Guin nodded and said, I understand. He didn't say any more, bowed to Shunjin, and then left. Shunjin watched his departing figure, slightly shaking her head, not advising further. She believed what she had said was clear enough. The next day at noon, Guin arrived at the outer sect city. Last night, he invested 100 years of his lifespan from 10,000 miles away, significantly increasing his cultivation. The trouble caused by Su Han made him increase his daily lifespan investment, striving to reach the 9th layer of the unification realm as soon as possible. On the way to the Yilan mansion, Guin was contemplating the matter of Su Han. Su Han was his disciple. He had to help, but he couldn't help irrationally. Moreover, judging from Shunjin's words, practicing the hateful heaven divine sword was not good for Su Han. It would eventually lead to madness. It was a painful path. Thinking it over, Guin decided to let Su Han choose for himself. He could only help him once at most. At the same time, he was pondering another issue. If he invested 10,000 years of his lifespan in the hateful heaven divine sword, could he research a way to improve it so that it no longer led to deviation? But that was a matter for the future. Even if he created it now, the sword sect wouldn't believe him. He couldn't demonstrate it himself. Could he? He wouldn't fully expose himself for Su Han. Though they had the title of master and disciple, he didn't owe Su Han anything. An hour later, Guin and Yilan walked out from the law enforcement hall's gate. Since he is determined, brother, you shouldn't interfere anymore. No one in this world should be responsible for another person's life entirely. I will arrange for him to leave the Supreme Sect quietly, Yilan said. Guin nodded. He had negotiated with Su Han for a long time, but Su Han refused to give up the hateful heaven divine sword. Even if Guin promised he wouldn't have to abolish his cultivation, Su Han still wouldn't give up. Su Han said that the hateful heaven divine sword was passed down by his father. It was the only connection between them, and he wanted to use it to avenge his father. After such a declaration, Guin could only give up. Thank you for your trouble. Guin nodded to Yilan. After a brief conversation, Guin left. Walking on the street, watching the bustling crowd, Guin felt quite emotional. Lu Jijia had strayed from the righteous path for his own way and ended up crippled, now only able to cultivate the Daoist expansion skill in Mystic Valley with Wu Xin, hoping for a chance to rise again. Su Han pursued revenge, willing to be at odds with the immortal cultivation world without regret. Guin was strong, but he couldn't decide the paths of everyone around him, nor could he change their thoughts. The mortal world was full of entanglements, all because of grudges and emotions. As Guin pondered, he seemed to gain an understanding, entering a marvelous state. Unknowingly, he arrived at the heavenly repair platform. He accidentally bumped into someone, quickly coming back to his senses. Sorry, Guin quickly apologized, filled with surprise. It was his first time falling into such an engrossed state. He hadn't encountered such a state when inheriting cultivation techniques or spells before. Recalling it, he couldn't explain it clearly, but he felt a slight change within himself. "Were you comprehending the path just now?" the person Guan bumped into suddenly asked. Guan looked at him. It was a man in green clothes with a weathered face, carrying a sword box with 3 sword hilts protruding from the top. Guan instinctively used lifespan detection. Han Ming, 5th level of Void Crossing Realm 587/1902/2780. This person also cultivated the energy concealing technique. The Immortal cultivation world was full of tricksters. Guan asked in surprise, "What is path enlightenment?" "I was just thinking about something." He thought to himself, it's better not to think about things while walking in the future. It might cause trouble. Han Ming fixed his gaze on him and said, "Path enlightenment is indeed thinking about something. In deep contemplation, one resonates with nature and the universe, entering a marvelous state. You don't need to apologize. I deliberately blocked your way. If you continued forward, you would have bumped into those great cultivators." Is path enlightenment amazing? But I didn't feel any change in my cultivation level. Guan asked, half true and half false. He pretended to be ignorant, but in reality, he didn't understand path enlightenment. Han Ming turned around, looking at the words righteous path in the distance, and said, "Path enlightenment is very rare. It cannot be taught or predicted, relying entirely on one's comprehension and blessing. Some break through realms through path enlightenment. Some create astonishing ultimate skills through it. I once comprehended the path and created my own swordsmanship. Although I don't know what you are comprehending, you will feel its benefits in the future. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. May I ask your name?" Guan raised his hand and asked respectfully. Han Ming answered, "I am Han Ming from the Great Yu Dynasty. I came specifically to challenge Sword Venerable Fudao." Hearing this, Guan couldn't help but ask, "How does Senior plan to challenge?" Han Ming gathered his breath and suddenly shouted, "I am Han Ming, a sword cultivator from the Great Yu Dynasty. I have come to challenge Sword Venerable Fudao's Swordao. 1 month from now, I will have a sword competition outside the city. If Sword Venerable Fudao wins, I am willing to carve my sword Dao on the city walls for the disciples of the Supreme Sect to cultivate. If Sword Venerable Fudao loses or doesn't dare to come, I will add 2 more words next to the righteous path." This voice was earth-shattering, echoing throughout the city and spreading far, reaching even the disciples of the Third Medicine Valley, who all looked up. Countless gazes from the heavenly repair platform focused on Han Ming. Guan instinctively retreated, not wanting to be associated with Han Ming. However, Han Ming walked towards Guan. "Don't come over." Guan was very helpless. "Young friend, may I invite you to your residence to discuss path enlightenment? We can exchange enlightenment experiences." To be honest, I also want to comprehend the path again. Regardless of success, I will teach you my swordsmanship," Han Ming asked with a kind smile. In the distance, Zuelin, meditating beside Zuejian, saw Guan and his eyes lit up. With his cultivation level, he could naturally hear Han Ming's words. Indeed, this kid is not simple. My previous intuition was correct. Zuelin wanted to get up, but was held back by Zuejian. "Don't go looking for trouble. That Han Ming is not simple. He once killed a great cultivator in the divinity transformation realm with the cultivation of the nascent soul realm, shaking the world, and is known as the Mad Swordsman," Zuejian said in a deep voice, staring at Han Ming with sharp eyes. Zuelin was stunned upon hearing this. Under the gazes of many, Guan could hardly refuse and nodded, then quickly left, followed closely by Han Ming. The cultivators on the heavenly repair platform started discussing Han Ming's name, and many had heard of him. His deeds began to spread quickly. The elders in the Void Crossing realm on the platform just glanced at Han Ming without stopping him. Guan thought for a moment and decided to take Han Ming to the Third Medicine Valley, curious to see what would happen when Han Ming met Elder Tian. In silence, Han Ming followed Guan, not knowing what he was thinking. When they reached the Third Medicine Valley, Han Ming couldn't help but ask, does this 100-mile area belong to you? Yes, why? Guan asked back. Han Ming was silent for a moment, then said emotionally, I wanted to take you as my disciple, but seeing such a vast medicine garden means the supreme sect values you highly. I can't help but feel a bit disappointed. You just challenged me and now want to take me as a disciple. Guan complained in his heart but smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I don't like fighting and killing or pursuing high cultivation levels, so I won't be your disciple. As they landed, attracting the attention of many disciples. In the distance, Elder Tian, napping under a tree, opened his eyes. Seeing Han Ming, his expression changed slightly, clearly recognizing him. Han Ming, however, didn't recognize him. They went upstairs and sat down. Han Ming began to talk about his path enlightenment process, and Guan listened attentively. Han Ming comprehended the path at the age of 200. At that time, he couldn't break through to the 9th layer of the core formation realm and thought his life would end there. He sat under a waterfall in a low mood for 7 days and nights. Then he enlightened the path. After one night, his sword heart enlightened, and his sword intent transformed. Listening to his words, Guan thought about the extreme lifespan concept. He wondered if path enlightenment could change the extreme lifespan. So far, Guan hadn't seen anyone break through the extreme lifespan, although current lifespan often changed. Cultivators of different realms had their current lifespan increase with higher realms, but each major realm didn't have a standard lifespan limit, since lifespan was related to state, cultivation techniques, natural treasures, and so on. Likely Xiandao, clearly in the divinity transformation realm, but some in the nascent soul realm had similar lifespans as him. Or Ji Xiaoyu, who had over 800 years of lifespan in the 9th layer of foundation establishment, comparable to Li Xiandao in the 8th layer of the divinity transformation realm. If a person was seriously injured, their lifespan would change accordingly, like Elder Tian and Lu Jujia. People weren't just data, their values weren't fixed. He could only observe more. After Han Ming finished, he asked Guan to talk about his path enlightenment experience. This time, Guan didn't hide anything and honestly shared his worries, only leaving out the hateful Heaven Divine Sword. When he finished, Han Ming pondered and said, Worrying about your disciples' safety, realizing you can't control others' destinies, that's your path enlightenment. You might be a genius. In a month, I will compete in a sword contest with Sword Venerable Fudao, and I might die. How about I teach you all my sword Dao within this month? What do you think? Chapter 74. Breaking through the 9th layer of the unification realm, sword transmission, Guan instinctively resisted. He had already mastered the Taicong Divine Shocking Sword, with Spirit Sword Technique, and even the hateful Heaven Divine Sword existed on his panel. There was no need to waste time and lifespan practicing other swordsmanship. After all, he could promote and upgrade his sword techniques through lifespan deduction. Why bother learning so many? Guan pretended to be in difficulty. Senior, I am not interested in sword Dao. To be precise, I am not interested in combat techniques at all. I don't even practice much in my daily life. Cultivating flowers and plants is my interest. Han Ming was momentarily stunned and then frowned. Guan pretended to be panicked, explaining, Senior, I did not mean to disrespect you. You can go out and ask around. All the disciples in the valley know my character. My spirit root qualification is limited, and rather than wasting my limited lifespan on the illusory goal of immortality, I might as well live comfortably and enjoy my 200 years. Han Ming looked at him in silence. Guan did not say more. Could he possibly beg him not to teach? After a while, Han Ming sighed and said, I finally understand why you easily comprehend the path. Your mindset has surpassed most cultivators. You have let go of obsessions and appreciate the myriad phenomena of the mortal world. Perhaps this makes it easier to perceive the true meaning of heaven and earth. The two continued discussing the Tao. Han Ming no longer insisted on teaching swordsmanship. They talked for a full day, and night before Han Ming left. He planned to wander in the Supreme Sect to find a suitable inheritor. Guan then recommended someone, Zuolin. Coincidentally, Han Ming also knew Zhui Yijian, so he agreed to assess Zuolin. After he left, Guan began patrolling the Third Medicine Valley. Elder Tian caught up, curiously asking, "Valley Master, that cultivator just now didn't seem ordinary, but his attire clearly indicated he was from the Great Yu dynasty. What was he looking for?" "He wanted to take me as his disciple and transmit his sword Dao to me." "Did you agree?" "How could I? If I agreed, wouldn't that be a betrayal of the Supreme Sect? Although my strength is lacking, I am loyal to the Supreme Sect." Gu and casually dismissed the idea, speaking so nonchalantly that Elder Tian could feel his sincerity. He didn't think Guan was acting. He had been in this Medicine Valley for many years, and Guan always took his tasks seriously, treating servant disciples earnestly. Apart from not loving cultivation, Elder Tian couldn't find a flaw in Gu, and Elder Tian began to accompany Guan on patrol, inspecting the medicinal herbs along the way as they chatted sporadically. During this time, Guan inquired about Elder Tian's views on the master-disciple relationship. Elder Tian had lived for over 700 years. Guan was interested in his life insights. Though he might not necessarily follow them, listening was always beneficial. Meanwhile, the news of Han Ming, the mad swordsman of Great Yu, challenging sword Venerable Fudao, spread quickly through the Supreme Sect cities, sparking anticipation among everyone who heard it. Han Ming was a renowned sword cultivator, while sword Venerable Fudao was the most famous cultivator of the Supreme Sect at present. Who would want to watch their sword competition? Most importantly, the disciples of the Supreme Sect also wanted to witness the true appearance and grace of sword Venerable Fudao. Half a month later, when Guan arrived at Tianya Valley, he heard Luo Hun and Yi Luyun discussing this matter. This made Guan start to hesitate. Originally, he did not intend to participate. After all, the Supreme Sect had plenty of experts, and they would never allow Han Ming to destroy the heavenly repair platform. But now that the matter had escalated so much, if he did not go, wouldn't it tarnish his own reputation? No way. He needed to speed up his path to strength. Han Ming was a genius who killed enemies across realms. With his cultivation level at the first level of the Unification Realm and his ability to control a sword from afar, what if things went wrong? He had to reach the 9th level of the Unification Realm in advance. Seeing that Han Ming seemed like a decent person, Guan decided to give him a thorough defeat. Maybe Han Ming would have another epiphany after losing. In the dead of night, Guan kept flashing through the forest, covering 100 miles with each step. He was quickly distancing himself from the Supreme Sect, using the infinite traceless mystic heaven step. He felt guilty about constantly drawing on the Supreme Sect's spiritual energy. This time, he decided to break through in a place rarely visited by people. He aimed to break through to the 9th level of the Unification Realm in one go. Alas, the world was unpredictable. There were always interruptions to his plans and his pace of becoming stronger. After traveling nearly 20,000 miles, Guan finally stopped. Here, deep in the mountains, the forest was filled with dense demon energy and ghost energy. Guan sat down to meditate under a tree, immediately activating the lifespan barrier. He couldn't walk any further. Who knew where he might end up? Guan began investing 1,000 years of lifespan into his cultivation, successfully reaching the 2nd level of the Unification Realm, with Earth spirit energy pouring into him. After that, he continued to invest another 1,000 years of lifespan, 1,000 years after another. By the time he reached the 9th level of the Unification Realm, he had invested a total of 18,000 years of lifespan. After reaching the 5th level, each level required 3,000 years of lifespan to break through, which was related to the spiritual energy in his environment. It was acceptable to him, considering that advancing from the 9th level of the Void Crossing Realm to the 1st level of the Unification Realm had cost him over 12,000 years. Seeing that he still had over 200,000 years of lifespan left, Guin felt joyful and began to enjoy the elevation of his realm. The forest trembled, and strong winds blew from all directions. Green waves of qi arose from the ground beneath him. Roar! A deafening roar resounded from afar. It was a demon beast howling. Guin was secretly alarmed. The aura of this demon beast was no weaker than the divinity transformation realm. Such a terrifying demon creature was hidden in this area. Fortunately, he hadn't come this far for his previous breakthroughs, lest he be eaten by a demon monster, which would have been extremely unfortunate. Soon, more demon beasts began to howl, one after another, their voices growing in number. The combined roars seemed to be capable of overturning the night sky. The night sky was filled with swirling dark clouds, obscuring the stars and the moon, making it unclear whether it was clouds or demon energy. At that moment, Guin felt as if he were in a demon domain or a magic realm. The howls and cries of demons and monsters surrounded him from all sides, chilling and horrifying. The forest ahead shook violently, as if it might uproot at any moment. In the darkness behind the mountains, a colossal mountain began to move. With his sharp vision, Guin could see it was a giant demon, at least 300 feet high, resembling a turtle carrying a mountain on its back. As it moved forward, dust flew everywhere. Guin saw numerous wandering ghosts circling around the mountain, like a following army. No wonder the Taizong dynasty couldn't eradicate all the demons and ghosts in the world despite having cultivators. Along the way, Guin's divine sense had picked up the sounds of villagers in the mountains, confirming he hadn't yet left the Taizong dynasty. The Taizong dynasty was vast, seemingly even larger than Earth in his previous life. With such expansive territory, it was teeming with countless demons and ghostly creatures. The other 8 dynasties were probably not much smaller than the Taizong dynasty, but as Shunzhan said, the lands of the 9 dynasties together only occupied a small corner of this continent. This world was indeed immeasurably vast. Inexhaustible earth spirit energy flowed into Guin's body, continuously enhancing his cultivation. No wonder advancing from the 1st to the 9th level of the unification realm had consumed 18,000 years of lifespan. The amount of spiritual energy required for this process was enormous. Guin suspected that this disturbance would affect an area of tens of thousands of miles, possibly even impacting the Supreme Sect. The 9th level of the unification realm was already like this. If he aimed for higher realms, would he alarm the entire dynasty? The main issue was compressing the spiritual energy absorbed over 18,000 years into a short time span, drawing an immense amount of spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy in this area was depleted, he would have to draw from other places, as heaven and earth also needed time to replenish it. Whatever. He thought he would break through first and talk later. Nobody could stop him from becoming stronger. Guin closed his eyes, ignoring the disturbances around him. In a spacious cave, the firelight flickered violently, casting the shadow of a large cauldron on the walls. It was a large iron cauldron, over a yard in diameter, with a blazing fire underneath. The soup inside was boiling, with white bones bobbing up and down. 2 human children were tied up against the cave wall. They appeared to be about 12 or 13 years old, a boy and a girl. The boy was rubbing the hemp rope on his wrists against a protruding rock, his wrists bleeding profusely, but he didn't frown. His actions only became faster, barely showing the white bones of his joints. The girl knelt on the ground beside him, nervously watching the cave entrance, as if terrified of something. The cave shook violently, and a horrifying demon wind blew in from outside, as if numerous demons were crying out, making their scalps tingle. The extreme terror turned their lips white, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Finally, the boy managed to break the rope binding his wrists. He quickly removed the ropes from his body and then turned to untie the girl. However, the girl's ropes were tied too tightly, and with his lack of strength, he couldn't loosen them. Ugh! A deep, resonant breathing sound came from outside the cave, resembling the croaking of a toad. The boy's movements stopped abruptly, a look of despair in his eyes. He looked toward the curved path ahead and saw a huge, bloated shadow appearing on the cave wall. The two children's faces turned pale at once. Suddenly, the bloated shadow seemed to be pulled away by something and disappeared in an instant. Soon after, the sound of crisp, loud chewing came from outside the cave. The boy leaned against the wall, quickly covering his mouth, afraid to make even the slightest noise. The bound girl closed her eyes tighter, not daring to look at the cave entrance. The earth spirit energy sank, causing the demons to flee in all directions. The night was destined to be anything but peaceful. 2 hours later, Guan reached the 6th level of the Unification Realm. He predicted it would be dawn by the time he reached the 9th level. Compared to his previous breakthroughs, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy had increased several times, yet the breakthrough time had still lengthened. Normal cultivators in the Unification Realm never made such a large commotion while breaking through because they accumulated energy slowly and did not devour the spiritual energy required for future centuries and millenniums in a short time. Guan waited patiently. Time passed quickly. As dawn broke, the first ray of sunlight pierced the sky. The sky was full of demon clouds, and the forest was shrouded in demon energy like a dense fog. Guan sat beneath the tree in meditation and suddenly opened his eyes. The 9th level of the Unification Realm, complete. Reaching this level, he clearly felt a significant enhancement in his divine sense and senses, even feeling his heart condensing spiritual power as though something was about to grow. The rate at which he devoured earth spirit energy began to slow down. Guan felt 100 times stronger compared to before. The 9th level of the Unification Realm was not something the 1st level could compare to. Guan didn't believe any cultivator at the 1st level of the Unification Realm could kill him across realms. At that thought, he broke into a cold sweat. Almost ruined his Taoist heart. He couldn't think this way. Those who were killed across realms probably had this kind of mindset. He couldn't underestimate anyone and had to be mentally prepared for the possibility of being ambushed. Only then could he give it his all. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.